Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third and final day of the PUBG Mobile Super League for the European region. This is the knockout stage. Final day of it as well. So finally, we will find out who is going to be the top 16 teams out of the 24 teams that made it to PMSL EU in general, who's going to be making it to those finals. And of course, fighting for the chance to qualify for PMGC. My name is Dutenstrom. This is Blank. And I'm very excited because once again, we have two Rondos and I'm very happy with it.
Do you know what I'm confused by? I'm confused like why do I have a green screen up? If we're not gonna green screen, you know what? Like,
oh no, he's doing it. He's doing it. Do I have to do it as well?
Have a background. Have an actual background. That's crazy. I'm like, there's no point in having the green screen up. There's no reason for it. We've got a background now. The background looks cool. We got manga in the back. It's all good.
I mean, I just have like some figurines and stuff in the background as well. You know, I got some PUBG Mobile memorabilia in the background from Istanbul, from Turkey, which is where PMSL EU finals are going to be. That's right. They are going to be in the complex arena. We're going to have the best teams across the region. fighting out for the prize pool of $200,000, of course, and we'll show you exactly how they're going to be able to make it. We very, very quickly, very briefly, like almost instantaneously had a look, and then we switched right over to the Smash Roll. But yes, Grand Finals, day 1, day 2. We get the score at the end of day 2, plus 10, and that's the target. Cross that threshold, win a chicken dinner, win the competition. Sounds simple, right? Anyone can do it.
It's not.
It really isn't.
Simple.
It's not. No.
It's actually been historically quite difficult to make it happen. It's a lot of teams we are seeing are making it in the 6th game. I had a good conversation with a guy from the PUBG Mobile team called Bill Cam. We were discussing whether it would be better to have plus 20 on the scoreline or plus 10. And you know, he might have swayed me a little bit. I think I was kind of arguing for plus 20, but that I think would be nicer if you also had additional points going into the grand finals. But it's all a bit weird. But I think that maybe he was right after all, because it's actually becoming quite difficult for these teams to hit this Smash ruling. And we've still, I don't think we've yet to see the mythical game 2 Smash. Which hopefully will happen one day.
I'm not gonna lie, the day it does happen is gonna be an insane one, because it's just gonna be game number 2. All right, that's it. We're done. That was it. You just showed up to the venue for 1 hour of action, and that's all you're getting. The champions are just that good. And the thing is, we're looking at all the other regions and seeing if the Smash Rule applied, or how the Smash Rule worked, I guess, in those other competitions. For PMSL CSA, we had 4 teams, I believe. 4 teams who were able to reach the threshold. For Pina, it was 1 team only that crossed the threshold, and they had a massive lead. And I guess that's what it comes to, the 10 points plus only, because you also have to think about the lead that the team in first place is going to have.
Yeah. Were you surprised by the music? I was surprised by the music.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it spooked me slightly.
I mean, it is Spooktober, you know?
Yeah, it is Spooktober. Some great plays yesterday overall, some very interesting games. If you didn't catch it, I think there were a couple of matches that you definitely want to look out for. I think the second Rondo of the day was phenomenal. Really, really fun to watch. It was actually less about eliminating everyone else in the lobby and more about playing the rotations, which is not something you normally see on Rondo, which was cool because it is. I think that's the annoying thing for me, that the actual map is sort of overshadowed by all the things that come with it, like the JS9, the destructible environment, the recall system. But the map is actually really interesting and does cause you to have to make some pretty wild maneuvers towards that end game.
And we saw a lot of teams make those maneuvers in yesterday's game, and I'm excited for today specifically because the last game of the day is going to be a Rondo. So the team that misses out on that final game and they're sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, it is going to be their worst nightmare, because you have teams that have the opportunity to just risk it all time and time again in the first 5, 10, maybe 12 minutes up until the beacons are turned off. But they can get an incredible amount of points if they know what target you're looking for. So I'm definitely interested to see how that breaks out. But I did have a lot of fun with yesterday's games. Love the storyline specifically at the end as well for Boars. Going from losing 2 players, having a quick rehost in a game that never really happened. And then, of course, they managed to win. That you can see in the match calendar. That's right. We're on the final day. And you see the results from the previous days too.
So we're heading over to Miramar first, into Rondo. Erangel, Miramar running things out with Rondo once again. The Rondo roundout, which is going to be pretty fun. I think overall, Rondo should be a very interesting game to finish on. We will have some teams not playing in that final match. But Boars, like you say, made a gargantuan leap yesterday from 20th place up to 13th, which really does show how volatile those leaderboards are at the bottom at the moment, which is so crazy to me that the Boars, despite having such a bad performance throughout the entirety of the knockout stage, are able in one match to turn it all back around again. There is a possibility that they might fall back down into the bottom 16, but we'll wait and see. And these guys certainly did shift up a gear, BRA. They were fairly consistent throughout, making Papara SuperMassive not looking quite as phenomenal as they actually are. But realistically, is both those teams looking unbelievably strong. But yeah, 93 points and 103 here in the knockout stage. They're shifting from 3rd gear into 4th.
Okay, I mean, if that was fourth, I cannot wait for them to shift up another gear as well in this final day. I mean, both them and Papara SuperMassive averaging around 50 plus points every day in this knockout stage. So they're averaging around 12 plus points per game that they're competing in, which is insane to have two teams show up at that level in the knockout stage here.
It was
But
10,
that's
right?
yeah,
yeah, 12. No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
12.
I made sure that I made sure the math was right. I was double checking this. I have it on piece of paper here too. Don't worry, I double checked.
Nice.
You know, we're not doing this new school stuff. We're old school, paper, pen, and just work it out. And right now we're working out the point distribution. It's the same point system. You know it, you love it. We've had it for a couple of years, and we're gonna continue to have it because it just seems balanced so far. First place with the 10 points. Of course, you see the rest, and obviously 9th to 16th, 0 points, 1 point for 7th and 8th. That's it.
Yeah, we definitely have a little bit of a brutal point scoring system where eliminations are heavily favored, which is why Rondo is quite an interesting map to throw into the mix because it does allow you to get like a ton of points. I think it was BRA yesterday on the second Rondo of the day, able to get a total of, oh no, it might be the
20.
I think it was the last. Getting 20 elims and a 30 total point game, which was phenomenal for them. I think they were very, very happy with that. And that did shoot them up because, again, we talked about them getting a 50-point day. More than half of that was from one game.
Yeah, which just goes to show exactly how much pressure and how important I want to say Rondo is to the rotation, and the fact that every team's playing it 4 times in this stage, just so they have the opportunity to get used to it, and then when it's finals time, oh baby, that's going to be very, very spicy. And I'm curious to see if it's going to be the same kind of map rotation that we had when it was in the group stage. If it's going to be like 1 Rondo, 3 Erangels, and 2 Miramars, or if we're going to have a little bit more Rondo. And speaking of Rondo, look at that. We might have 2 plane pads. We had it once yesterday, and I want to see it again today.
Yeah, I mean, we hit the statistical likelihood and it happened, which was cool. But yeah, I think that for Rondo, it's certainly an interesting one for me in terms of going forward because back in PMSL EU, and I think potentially the record, I imagine someone like Maxman could prove me wrong on this, but Brute Force were able to get 27 elims on 1 Miramar, which was a disgusting result overall. And I think that's
27.
That's scary to me considering that Rondo has so much more opportunity for elims. Like, what's going to be the benchmark there? Like, are we going to have a 35 elim game one day from some team? I don't know. Possible.
I'd want to see a 30 bomb. I'd want to see a 30 bomb for sure. That would be insane. The highest that I remember seeing in a single match was what, maybe 24 eliminations. I think that was Vampire in PMWI. Believe that might have been it. Could be different. We'll try to check it out and confirm it with you. And we confirm the matches of the day. And that is right. Just like Blank said, it is Miramar first, Rondo, Erangel, Miramar, and then wrapping it up with a Rondo at the end. And that's going to be the spiciest game and the most important game of the competition. Some teams, of course, will not be able to compete. It is going to be Group A that's going to miss out on that last game. But Papara SuperMassive being in that group, not really worried. You got 100 plus points. You're fine.
Yeah, Papara SuperMassive definitely not going out. I think that right now for them, it felt like it was an easy shot to grab the $4,000 at the end of this. But not so much anymore with BRA breathing down the neck. So we'll see what happens with that. But I think that for Papara SuperMassive, yeah, they're not too worried. It is just right now a case of prize pool on the line for them. So you're looking at some of these teams towards the bottom, but it's a little bit scary. It's definitely very scary for them. I am hoping that some teams are able to jump out towards the bottom just because it'd be fun to watch and everyone enjoys those high-octane moments where teams are able to make incredible leaps and bounds in those final moments. But it is so difficult with BRA as well as Papara SuperMassive on top. And we get to look at our overall rankings right now, 104, 103, just 1 point between those two teams, and a massive drop off on the ladder down to 73 points for Team Falcons, down to 60. And then that's kind of where we lie on this first page, around about 60 to 40 points from 4th downwards. And you'll see just how wild it gets on page 2.
Yep. I mean, I want you to focus right now on S2G sitting in that 9th place with 44 points. And think about the difference between 9th and, you know what, I'll go all the way to 18th. Yeah, from 9th to 18th, the difference is, you guessed it, 11 points. Not that big of a difference. To have like 11 points between 9 teams is insane. So yeah, with it being this exceptionally top heavy, having those 2 teams over 100 points, the focus is going to be on the bottom of the leaderboard throughout the rest of the competition today. Because having 3 teams already on 35, Boars sitting at 36, none of the teams here are safe. Shockwave and Asgard, game number 1, no performance. I'm starting to doubt their abilities to make it into the next stage. But just because Boars were able to at the end of yesterday, I feel like they have an opportunity today, especially with how the morale of the team has changed. Going from 8 points in, I want to say on the first day, and then day number 2, it was also more of the same, barely getting any points, and then finally the chicken dinner at the end that skyrocketed them from 19th to 13th.
Yeah, there's really no point where you can count any of these teams out right now.
Nope.
Just the way the leaderboards are stacked up. Even if you had a bad game 1, it really might not matter even up until your final game. And if your final game is good, that might be it. You might just be in to the top 16 going through to the grand finals. So it's all very weird right now, topsy-turvy due to 2 specific teams performing unusually well, let's put it that way. And I think that for 4FS, TheNoisyBoys, Asgard, and Asgard as well as Shockwave, they may as well be in the same exact boat as XSlay, IWNRX, Fenerbahçe, Boars, and ULF. All of those teams may as well be in the red zone right now. I don't think any of those teams really need to be worried about, oh, we're in the bottom 4. It's like, no, you're in the bottom 10. That's bad enough.
Yeah, and with how close it is, I can't wait to see what's going to happen in our first game. It is going to be a Miramar. It is going to be a slow starter for today. But regardless, it's still going to be a very interesting watch, that's for sure. And I see already our lovely 64 players have jumped onto Miramar. They are currently in prison, but they will be let out shortly to board the plane and then hopefully make their way to our first map. And I want to see if we're going to continue on this trajectory of southern plane paths that we've seen over the past, I want to say, 2 weeks of the competition, whether it was knockout stage or group stage. It's been happening consistently.
Yeah, they're hellish as well. It's very, very hellish to get a southern plane path, especially on Miramar, where there is so much ground to traverse here. Getting over towards the north side of the map as well, not easy. The amount of vehicle spawns on the south side of the map's tough because the rocky outcrops don't really provide that many roads that have the vehicles on them. It's nice being able to drop over Los Leones or towards Monte Nuevo because there's long roads all the way up there that you can drop along, find yourself a vehicle. Not really the case down towards Partona, Minas del Valle, around the western side of Puerto Paraiso, where it is just mountainside. Yeah, it's tough, very, very tough. So I don't think any teams really enjoy the southern plane pass at the moment. They're particularly nasty here on Miramar, and I think that teams definitely have suffered because of it. We are having a rehost though, so we need to wait a little bit longer to get into the games.
Are you further? Yeah, you're just a few seconds ahead of me on that stream. I didn't see it until you said it, but you know, it's fine as long as we manage to sort out all those problems earlier on. Everything should be running smoothly for the rest of the day, and that's what I'm looking forward to. And yeah, speaking of those southern plane paths, that game we had on Miramar that ended all the way on the southern western point of the map, that was absolutely crazy. The one that Falcons managed to secure, I believe, on day 2. That was a toughie. That was a very tough match for teams to deal with.
Around the mountainside, yeah, it's not an easy position to play. And again, it's like when you play over towards the eastern side, realistically, you have concretes. There are a couple of the longhouses. That's about it. And then making your way across that road in the final end game. That's the dice roll you play though at that point. It really is a dice roll. It's a case of, is this going to go towards the eastern side or is it going to go to the west? And for the Falcons, they get lucky in the fact that it goes towards the western side of the map, which is nice. But they do play well from there, considering they were a player down from earlier.
I mean, there's a certain element of luck. There's a certain amount of it, I want to say, in the game. Sometimes it helps you, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's there. But I also would like to remind people there have been situations where teams have like the best possible position in the game, but they're not proactive. They're not taking advantage of the position that they have. They're not using it. They're not scouting extra. They're not getting any eliminations. They're just hunkering down, waiting until the very end of the game. They might get themselves a chicken dinner, but it's like with 2 elims and the third party at the end rather than being proactive. Sometimes you do tend to see those situations as well, and I don't like to see it.
Yeah, I don't mind the 2 or 3 eliminations as long as you're getting the chicken dinner right. Because you are essentially profiting 4 points off the back of that. So you may as well have got 4 extra eliminations in that situation. So yeah, I think that's okay as long as you've got you not got the great spot. And I think Falcons was a good example of that yesterday over on Erangel, where they were playing the 3-story. They didn't have a huge amount of elims at that point in time, but they made sure to control the north side of the map and then move down. But they didn't really want to play sweep too much because that could have limited their capability of getting the chicken dinner. But yeah, it's tough. It is definitely tough. I agree with you. I don't really like the teams where you see them just sit in a building and then it just comes to them in the end game and that's how they win. That does suck. I don't enjoy that. But those are few moments and they're far between where you have to have the God compound. It has to be the God compound.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll be able to see a couple of those situations break out. We're attempting to rehost the lobby, and hopefully we should have it up and running within a couple of moments. At least, we didn't get into game this time, and have to start it up again. So, and I believe we should already have a couple of players waiting for us. We're just about to load in ourselves and find out how many of our lovely competitors are waiting and ready. I'll take this chance and have a look at the knockout stage standings and just kind of give people a little bit of info about best teams performance-wise. Most amount of points that we've seen in the knockout stage so far has been yesterday from Bra. Obviously, it had to be after that 30 bomb that they got themselves. 66 in total in the knockout stage. That was the max that we've seen there, but it's still Papara SuperMassive's 84 on day 3 of the group stage. But you mentioned it's because of having different teams and the fact that a lot of the strongest teams that we had in the competition were present on the final day. But I'm liking that the consistency from Papara is still there, regardless. And I like how the rise of BRA through day 2. It's been fantastic to watch, and I want to see more. I want to see those 2 teams fight for that number 1. I don't want to see anyone else getting close to them. And because I want it to remain like that close-knit towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
I think the difference between Papara SuperMassive and BRA is that, like, you're totally right in the sense that Papara SuperMassive is super consistent because they're not earning all their points off, like, singular big games, which seems to be the case with BRA quite often, where you can pinpoint, like, the upward trends for them. If we put their points margins on it, I think putting their points margins versus Papara SuperMassive on a graph would be super interesting because you'd probably see Papara SuperMassive look something like this, where it's sort of waving over the top side, and then you would see BRA's down here, up here, down there, and then over here, and then straight up again. And I think that's difficult for BRA, where I think they need to have some semblance of an okay games. I need some okay games, right? I don't need the phenomenal games all the time, because that's worrying going in towards the finals, where you're praying for that game. You're playing for the game, as opposed to Papara SuperMassive, who are just, they've got the pickaxe out, they're mining away, and they're putting the points in the back pocket.
Yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't always have to be the absolute banger games. You can just consistently perform well, and you're able to get there to the top of the leaderboard. Right now, players are getting into our lobby. I believe we have around 60 at the moment, so we're getting close once again to getting ourselves ready in this lobby. Now, one of the teams that I'd love to talk about, S2G, since we do have, once again, 2 Rondos, and I haven't seen them have the best of days and the best of times on that map. And day 1, they had 18 points. Day 2, they had a total of 26. Still not close to what I'd expect from them. Honestly, do you think that, they have a massive chance of making it, top 16 out of 20. But what do you think we can expect from them in the finals if they do make it? Do you think they're a top 3 team from what we've seen?
No, absolutely not. I think it's hard to say with S2G right now because track record wise, incredible team, incredible players. Icy's very, very good. Got great tenure on him. Hamzy and Kelsey, you kind of really can't say those guys' names without saying the other a lot of times. They do work so well as a duo. Solke has a lot of historically good performance and is well respected in the PUBG Mobile community as an IGL. Again, it's all the puzzle pieces that should fit together, yet you were getting to the last piece and it doesn't seem to make sense. It's like someone has replaced this last piece of the puzzle with a slightly different piece from a different puzzle, completely different. And I don't understand. I don't really understand how it's working or why it's not piecing together here. I think for S2G, they could easily come out and be first place in the grand finals. They could easily go down in 16th. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, that's entirely possible. It's just depending on teams like Asgard, teams like TheNoisyBoys, 3FS, or 4FS rather, who haven't been having the best of times in the knockout stage. Talking, for example, like NoisyBoys, 17 and 16 in both days, 20 and 14 for 4FS, 18 for Asgard, and then 10 on day 2. 10 points in day 2 when you had 2 rondos. Crazy.
Yeah, I think... Again, it has just been not ideal. And I think that there needs to be more done from their side. We can speak to so many teams about that, like IWNRX. I don't know. It is a very, very odd PMSL for me. It's a lot of names that I know and I respect that are just not doing well.
Yeah.
Again, Papara SuperMassive, BRA, you could have asked me 100 times and 100 separate occasions before PMSL EU started, and those are not 2 names that I would have given you. I would not have given you those 2 names at all.
What would have been the top 3 names you would have given me?
Probably Regnum, Carya, S2G, as well as Falcons, likely. Maybe. Yeah, I think that would have been a reasonable set to pick out from.
Okay.
Again, it's just. Even IWNRX, I may have even put IWNRX up there because even without Zedwolf, I'm a fan of all those players anyway. But yeah, it's weird that we're not seeing Zedwolf perform at a high level. It's weird that Regnum Kai is not performing at a high level. Where's S2G? It's like
They're still not here. I know. We're still looking for them. We're still trying to find them. Hopefully, we'll be able to find them in this game. The players are currently on the map. We're just waiting to see if hopefully we'll have a plane path coming our way. And we'll get the action started for today. Miramar awaits for its victor. We'll see who's going to be having that chicken dinner in the middle of the desert. Hopefully it's not too windy over there. You don't want sand on your chicken.
Yeah, I think no one wants that. I'd imagine you're going to get the chicken and eat it in someplace nice. I mean, Partona's got a really nice little picnic area. You can maybe eat it there. That'd be good. Nice by the sea.
Or you can just go over to the islands all the way on the east, Just,
could do.
Nice and remote.
But how are you going to transport it?
How
are you going to transport that chicken? You're going to take it in the water, speedboat? It's going to get cold. It's going to get cold.
What if you got it delivered? What if you get it delivered?
Oh, how are they going to get it across?
Okay, I'm sorry. If we're going to get into this, hold on. I just beat 60 other players, 15 other teams, and you're telling me that I have to think about how you give me my reward. Sounds like a you issue.
No. Like, this is not the thing. I'm just saying that either you take it in a boat or I can deliver it to you in a boat. Both times it's cold.
Listen, there's a boat. No. It's going to be dropped out of a plane just like our players are getting dropped right now in our first match of the day. And we have a plane path coming out right from the north, between Torre Hamada and La Cobriera, about halfway, and then heading over to Puerto Paricio. So, well, if you want to head over to those locations, you feel like you want to enjoy the sun, go for it. We'll see if the zone allows you to chill there for long enough and enjoy those moments.
So from the north side down towards the south, Puerto Paricio, not too bad, honestly. Really good opportunity to get over towards El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, Picado, towards Impala, Puerto Paricio, which are really kind of interconnected with one another. Most teams like to rotate from there, and whichever team plays in that location, they tend to piggyback off one another in terms of the rotates. Yeah, it's slightly more inaccessible over towards La Tierra as well as Chumacera. You don't really see too many times many teams playing via Damaras, Minas de Valle anymore. especially here in PUBG Mobile. And good that they're not, because we do head over towards that northwest side of the map.
And that we do. And just to remind everyone, well, you know what? I'll remind you later, because right now this fight between Ida and Falcons, did not expect to see this fight earlier on. I thought Falcons were going to heading over to El Pozo, but doesn't seem to be the case. Rita waiting in this 1v2 scenario. We got a nade coming in from behind him as well. That could give him the advantage. Nade comes in, decent bit of damage. That's the first one down. Falcons stuck between a rock and a hard place. Second player still alive and well, but for how much longer against these shotguns? He might get knifed. He's going to try and run away, but he does not escape. Ida secure too, and remember, this is Miramar. We're not on Rondo. Those two players are not coming back. It looks like the fight does continue on the other side with the other duo. But right now, we are currently chilling with BRA. And
I mean, good plays from
Uh-oh. Arvalo looking to end this one before the other duo from Ida come over to assist. Amre just tries to escape. Other players trying to play an off angle. Narvalo says, you know what, you can try and dance around as much as you want. I'm still going to secure this one. Now it's all down to the oof. 1v3. No opportunity for a revive. No opportunity for a recall. No opportunity for a fight. So what does he do? And he cannot run either. So does he just wait? Do they know where he is?
You tell me, man.
I don't know. Right
in
now,
this situation.
I thought Rita was baiting the shot.
I mean, Ralph right now just needs to find an initial knock, wait for the res to come through, and then try and escape off the back of that. I think that's the only option he really has here. But running with the Scar also has the Pumpy. I mean, at least he has decent close range and long range covered.
Ooh! He almost did. He needed that knock onto Rita. He was in desperate need of it, but you know that there's two players across. That means this player here, this is a solo on their own. Can you make a 1v1 happen? And then take this 1v2 slowly but surely. Nope, too many angles. Rita's the one that takes him out. Falcons bite the dust. And our first team is out for the count.
Not a great start here for Falcons, honestly, but sat at 75 points. I think they're 74 now, yeah. 74 points total. Pretty decent result for them. I think for third place so far, again, you can afford a couple of bad games, especially if you're in this sort of position where you're 10 points ahead. It's just a little bit worrying that the team that takes you out is Ida of all teams, which is the team that's trying to catch up to you on the leaderboards in fourth place. The scoreboard is looking a little bit weird right now, guys. You just have to bear with us. I know you can't see some of the hips on that. We'll get that sorted ASAP.
Yeah, but don't worry, we confirm all the other teams are alive and well. Falcon's the only one that's actually out, and Ida is the one that's missing the other player. Everyone else, full squad. There we go. That's the quickest math that's correct that you're going to get.
I'm proud of you, man. You did well there.
Oh,
You
thank you.
subtracted 5 from 64.
But, wow!
I'd say I am proud of you.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. It's my computer science degree coming in clutch.
Yeah, it's doing good.
For simple addition and subtraction.
You finished that with a big first.
I did actually, yeah. You know what? You know what? I'll make it worse. I actually got the highest academic achievement of my year.
Damn, well played.
Don't ask me how. I honestly don't know. It was just... I mean, I studied a lot, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of late nights. A lot of late
yeah.
nights, I can tell you. I can tell you for certain. Yeah, I absolutely could not do computer sciences. I think my brain would turn off a little bit too quick. Right now, we're looking at BRA, who has been a big force to be reckoned with throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, that's...
Around power grid at the moment, it's not the worst of positions to be playing from. I think they have a lot of locations they can move from this spot. It's fairly central, but this is not where you really want to end up. There's plenty of high ground in this area for them to play on, which we know they like.
Yeah, that they do. And a couple of teams I want to point out a little bit as we have the zone closing in, as Anorthosis default, just showing us some of his incredible driving skills. TheNoisyBoys rotating from Puerto Paricio. They're taking a very long rotation, driving all along the southern coast. I think they might be planning to come in from La Driera into Monte Nuevo. Asgard coming in from Minas Generalis as well. These two teams, and then you have Shockwave, who's coming in from north of El Pozo, coming towards that now, but it's under control of Ida. I mentioned these teams specifically about their rotations because they're ones that have to start off strong. They're ones that have to get themselves eliminations and a good result at the beginning of the day. I cannot stress that enough. They are teams in 20th, 19th, and 18th.
I mean, the TheNoisyBoys, I think the difficulty for a team like that is that they just have struggled to find those openings. And I think they're getting more and more of this happening where things like Fenerbahçe, IWX, XSlay, TMB, Asgard, scared to take those fights on equal terms with other players. It's also crazy to me we have Boars on 36, and then in 18th place, we have TMB on 33.
Yes.
Like, this is literally 3 eliminations to swap between almost 5 placements. It's crazy.
Yep, and that leaderboard is going to constantly change throughout the day. If we keep seeing Papara SuperMassive and Bruh rack up those eliminations, and if it stays top heavy, even if it's Falcons, Ida, Carya, but maybe no more than Falcons and Ida, they're the ones that are fighting for the top 4 spots. And don't forget, higher placements in the knockout stage means more money from our prize pool, 200k across the 3 stages. And it's 4k for first place in either group stage or the knockout stage, and 250 for every chicken dinner. Zone rotates towards the likes of Craterfield. How do you feel about that, Blank?
Well, I mean, Beşiktaş happy about it massively. I mean, this
100%.
high ground works out for them really well. I mean, we watch them on Rondo all the time. They massively prioritize high ground a lot. They have had a couple of good games from it, but I think a few times over the past day, it hasn't always worked out in their favor. They're still rocking steady in 8th place though with 50 points, and there is a possibility for them to shoot up even further today. I think that they really do have the cream of the crop when it comes to the position on the map at the moment. Fenerbahçe currently playing on that northern side, but it's S2G a little bit closer to the center of the zone, and we're on board with them right now.
Yeah.
I think they already are doing some good damage over towards Papara SuperMassive.
Yeah, and it was around the time that S2G was even thinking about leaving. I bet they wish they had left already, because Papara gonna get the first knock. It is traded 1-for-1. Hamsi once again goes down. Icy, very quick to follow. So is Lost, and now Nico, Trumpy. It's down to these two from Papara SuperMassive to take down S2G. Calci with the clutch gets yet another one. Calci and Solkai, this duo 2v1 now. Between them and Trumpy, this nade could equalize things, and it does. Calci goes down. Trumpy with the S12K. Solke with the nade from the window. Not enough. Trumpy slowly comes in quickly with that one pump. Wraps it up. 3rd elimination for the team. S2G goes down. They did get 3 eliminations. It's better than going out with 0 points. But here comes Bruh for their share. Might be a very small one, but it's better than nothing. It's still going to be 1 elimination, and it's against the team that has the lead.
I think for S2G, that fight is really poor, actually. I mean, you get 1 player down from Papara SuperMassive inside the concrete. You don't need to assault it like that. You could have baited them out, waited them out. Instead, they forced their way in and just lose the 1v1s. Really, really awkward stuff. Rookie... Oh, God, that mountain is cursed. That mountain is absolutely cursed. Nice swing. Yeah, I like that. Was some good reaction speed. Give him that. But not meant to be. That looks so good. Suspiciously good. And that's a compliment.
Yeah, these players are just that good. This is why they are here. They deserve to be here. Showcasing that with their impeccable abilities. these are the kinds of things that we can never do.
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't think I'll ever do that.
Yeah, no, 100%.
It's pretty fast indeed. I mean, it's almost instantaneous on the flick and the shot. That looked fantastic. Beşiktaş have just lost Rookie. I don't
Just completely. Hold
understand what's going on with that mountain.
I'll investigate.
Yeah, he fell off the mountain. I know what happened to him.
Just trying to figure out where on the mountain he fell, I guess.
Yeah, it's just weird. Very weird. He would have fell off over on the western side of it because they were playing a 2-2. Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, someone laid a curse on this mountain. Falcons were the first victims. Beşiktaş look like they're the second. But it's fine, they still have the high ground. They're enjoying that, and they're enjoying taking all these shots at Fenerbahçe and Carya from the safety of that incredible high ground. And now Shockwave, because we've seen Shum just chill here around the players of the NoisyBoys, apologies. The NoisyBoys, they made a little bit of noise, and then they just stopped. Started feeling a little bit too much pressure. One elimination. One more, and they jump 2 spots. Can they do it? Can Anorthosis wrap this fight up between them and Boars? Boars still have nothing in this game. 0 points.
Shockwave aren't doing too badly though. Nice central position for them. It is slightly off the high ground, which is not great, but it's playable. It's very playable. Same thing can be said for IWNRX. S2G, 9th place, 47 points. It has been a very slow knockout stage for them, but they're still in a fairly defensible position where a lot of these teams are still fighting tooth and nail to clamber over one another at the bottom of the leaderboards. We are seeing another Asgard Western push. I can't wait to see how this pans out.
I mean, it worked out very well for them last time. Up until it didn't. Because they were forced to push and the zone just did not favor them. Did not help them. But if it went west, that game could have been very, very different for them. Meanwhile, Boars, SnowX, I'm not sure why he was on that side. There's a couple of players from Anorthosis. And at this point, they lose out on one of their members. Not the best decision to be made at the moment. The focus should be to take down Anorthosis and make their move quick. This is risky?
A little bit, but I think for Boars, they just need to make some risky plays. And again, if they make risky plays earlier in the day, then it means the quicker they can get into a safer zone. But yeah, for the Boars right now, trying to hold out teams, getting eliminations off the back of it, I think that is not a terrible plan.
Yeah, as long as they benefit from the game, get themselves some points. Literally 1 point will do wonders with the way that the overall leaderboard is sitting at the moment. And right now, the way that Anorthosis are sitting, Boars don't look like they're going to make it out of this one alive. Wagner just shooting anyone he can set his eyes on. Close, far, doesn't matter. Everyone's getting it.
Yeah, not messing around. Anorthosis kind of stuck right now. BRA bringing up the rear on that southern side. They're waiting for this to conclude. These guys are real third parties. Say that right now. Exo struggling. Havlik's no position to go out there and grab him. A little bit of mutual destruction. And what they really need is Kivik to actually help. But
wow! Look. He was trying so hard. Havlik was trying so hard to go for the revive. And then an unexpected shot from an unexpected angle. And BRA get the second knock. That leaves Boars with Kvik, last player standing. He's going to be able to crawl into the zone. But he is going to be on his own. That's right, Havlik goes down. And it goes to BRA. Anorthosis, after all this time wasted, they don't even get the eliminations. They don't even get the points. Now they have to move.
Yeah, 6 elims. I mean, this is good from BRA. I'm liking these big games that they're grabbing. I think that they're very much playing a sweeping playstyle at the moment. working out well. There are shots coming from behind, but the instant respawns. Beşiktaş unwilling to let these guys get away with it for any longer on this southern side. But they instantly reposition.
Meanwhile, another team that's repositioning, XSlay, and they are just running it down center of the zone between absolutely every single team. Meanwhile, Vic in a 1v2 against a couple of players from Bruh. He was up to the task with one, but Kissi was there. And he takes him out. Boars in 13th. They stay at 37 points, tied with Fenerbahçe at 37. Right ahead of IW NRX with 35, who's tied with XS at 35. 1 point ahead of the TheNoisyBoys in 18th. This leaderboard is crazy, and I live for it.
It's so funny that we have 4 teams down to 20th still in this game.
I love it.
Like all the most important teams still kicking it. Zero comes out on top here. I mean, BRA trying to make the move. The Kimi from Shockwave taking some shots. 3 elims for Shockwave so far. He's not bad, but exceptionally important for a team in 19th place. Kitsu flips, but these shots just are not landing. And it's Boran of all players to actually find the shot. And they do not like their neighbors. That guy was doing you a favor.
Yeah, he was covering that side for you, and now he's not anymore. He's definitely not going to be helping you if he gets up. His zone doesn't help anyone. Shifts over to the crater fields, and this is going to be I think it's going to be a funny finish. And I like this from Asgard as well. Looks like it might just pan out for them. If they can have complete control of the northern side, have a little bit of a high ground on the crater fields, good lord, they can make something happen with this game. Let's see if they do. They do have Ira pulling up to them. Amre will not be able to survive for that long. Cannot withstand the onslaught of bullets coming his way. Meanwhile, Boran from Beşiktaş will be getting a revive. And I thought about it for Shockwave. If you're able to get the knock, if you're not going to push, that knock is not going to get secured.
I mean, there's no way they can really push over there anyway. They'd have to climb up the other mountain themselves. So I think for Shockwave, it just was a weird one where they didn't work together almost to take down Beşiktaş and BRA as they were work with Beşiktaş to take down BRA as we're coming in. And instead now you just have an unknown factor on the southeast side of the map. Yeah, I don't really get that. I think that's just limited understanding from Shockwave. How to play those moments. ERA though, they are just sending it. 8 elims. I mean, the game's already a success at this point. They are just down to Azel. And he should be able to sit in that position for quite a while. It's very difficult for any other teams to push that because you see, as soon as they were sending in, they were getting shot by at least 3 other teams. So no one can really push Azel too much other than the other player that's inside the silos along with him.
Unfortunate for the TheNoisyBoys. Picked off by Asgard Esports. No point game, 1 point game rather for them. They stay in 18th, and a massive opportunity wasted for that roster. So it's going to be an uphill battle for them to make it, but it's still possible. Depending on, I want to say the result of this game, because teams like Fenerbahçe, IW, XS, Shockwave as well with the 5 eliminations, Asgard now with 3, so even last place, even 20th is 31. So now the teams at the bottom are starting to pick up the pace. The teams in the middle of the pack are already gone. So this already crazy leaderboard is going to get even crazier.
Yeah, it makes things worse because I think for Asgard and Shockwave, they're quite pleased right now with themselves because they're like, oh, we're getting points this game. We have full 4-man squads. We can make something happen. What they don't realize is there's a lot of other teams that they're competing against still in this game. So short of a second place or chicken dinner, might not shake up the points tables too much. And it still might remain pretty volatile down towards the bottom of the leaderboard. It is nice, though, that the top of the leaderboard is so gracious to roll out the red carpet for them. For the first time in the knockout stage, BRA will be passing Papara SuperMassive, who dropped down towards second.
After cleaning up the end of the fight between Papara and S2G, They claimed the life of the last member from Sup, and then they were able to continue on their journey. And they crack 111 points, and they soldier on. As BRA's final player, Ezol, is smack dab in the middle of that zone. And I don't think anyone's going to be hunting for him anytime soon.
Something hard to go for. I think Asgard can get themselves a big game off the back of this, playing on that north side. So many other teams have to play around the edges.
Another one of the Beşiktaş players fell to their doom. Meanwhile, a couple of the XSlay players being blown to pieces. Shockwave managed to get a knock. And they know they kind of have to be a little bit proactive in this one, and they do decide to send it. Nior is already down. Yekta already eliminated, so it is going to be a 4v2. Dakimi does not get torched. Yes, he does, actually. Lation alleviates some of that pressure and looks to do that. And then some. Almost looked like he was going to get another knock on one of the players, but now he steps into the car. It gives an opportunity for the players to spray him down, and they do. There's still not enough for an elimination. Looks like there is a little bit more pressure coming in. It is Asgard who steps up to the plate. The team controlling the northern side decide they want a piece of the pie too.
XSlay, the two players, Lation and Yusuf, but 0 eliminations. They went down now. It's a 0-point game for them. Not even getting any points off the placements at all. Fenerbahçe at 3 elims up to 38 points, chasing down Asgard Esports, but still a ways away. Yeah, Playzone will take down. Slightly weakens the guys from Shockwave down to just 1 player now, but 6 elims on the match. I don't think it's too bad. I don't think it's likely they'll live too much longer into this one, sadly.
Ooh. Well, fortunately for one of the teams, IWNRX, they finally get themselves their first 2 points. One by eliminating a player, and the other by making sure they're in top 8. So they secure themselves 1 placement point. They'll be happy with that. Asgard and IWNRX, my eyes are on you. You are the full rosters in this game, and more specifically Asgard. You are in a prime position to do quite a lot in this game. Can you spot out any teams, any players, pick them off one by one? There's a couple of stragglers. See if you can find them.
The thing is, Asgard's not really moving too much. They're trying to play on this high ground as long as possible, but I'm feeling the more this game goes on, the more Asgard needs to actually take a proactive position in the match, because otherwise teams like Beşiktaş, IWNRX are going to slowly take control of the game because they have positions that are far closer to the center of the circle. Eventually, all the teams that are still remaining will have found fairly decent positions towards this. You want to say it's more of a scrapyard of buildings, right? By that time, when Asgard makes a move, it's not going to be one team that's going to be looking at it. It's going to be multiple. It's really slow from Asgard, basically.
I agree. I mean, right now, they're trying. Akron, okay. That's something. Continue to take any points that you can. I mean, if they can get themselves into top 5, it is going to be a little bit difficult for them to come down from the mountain, because they've been unleashing all kinds of hell on all teams who have been trying to make it into the zone. And now these teams have an opportunity for some payback. The second Asgard decides to leave that mountainside or leave that high ground.
Yeah, they made a lot of enemies. Like, a ton of enemies, in fact.
And they're still not stopping.
And no one
Another
seems to
knock
like
on
him.
to XSlay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, understandable. No, don't be driving like me right now. Okay, I'm loving the confidence in reversing. Meanwhile, XSlay think, you know what? I don't want to give the Elim point to Asgard. Gives it away to a different team. Just to spite them.
That's decent. It's very decent. You position 2 players inside the vehicle, you get them down the hill, you have 2 players on high ground providing overlook. They have a general idea of where most teams are. They do get in. So well done. Question is now getting the other 2 players anchored across. I think they have vehicles still, and that has been the big boon for them over on that north side. The fact they've been able to hide those vehicles away for such a long time.
And they come in clutch in the final moments of this game. And right now, Frozen trying to secure this area. Just make sure. Deer scout it a little bit and then venture onward. Very, very risky, making a lot of noise. Meanwhile, Asgard, lazy, gets another knock onto Beşiktaş. Takes down one of their players. Boran will be the next to follow. Frozen was just opening the way for his team. And now, IW might be jumping into a fight with Asgard. Just not sure how this fight is going to go. Don't think it's in the zone as well. The way that it's been placed. Smoke. Beşiktaş going for a push. Fenerbahçe just swinging through the smoke. Trying their luck time and time again. Zeptimus somehow with S12K. Finds the angle. Finds the knock. Secures it onto Lux. And all of a sudden, it's all up to Falcons versus Fenerbahçe. What can he do? Not much. Now Zeptimus has to clutch it up. 1v1, close range. Sabian, what can you do? You're the last member standing for Fenerbahçe. Zeptimus has been making it a very tough task, a very tough fight. And now this nade could seal the deal. Unless we have a finished heal, we do. And Zeptimus repositions. Fakes the nade. Beaks takes the fight. Tries to go for a drop shot, but Sabian's more than ready for that one. That's the third elimination for him. 5th for their team. And they make it into top 5. As Ida is also eliminated.
Yeah, it's very much a situation where you just need to keep the gun out at all times. And Zeptimus, for all the thought of the situation. Lazy, though, finding Swain from IWNRX is a big pick-off. He's behind cover, but Anorthosis does get Spike on the case. We'll take down Kakali as well from the backside, leaving IWNRX suddenly down to 2 players in the midst of all this. Ezel, alive after all this time, will finally pop up. And BRA with that gets themselves up into a top 5. Loses a random grenade. It's on target. Kine goes down. And 9 goes to 10. As BRA ends this game potentially on double digits and into a podium.
We know just how much of a nuisance a solo player can be. Well, guess what? Asgard has to deal with 3 of them. It's Anorthosis, Spike, Fenerbahçe, Sabian. And then BRA Ezel. They're all located on the same side. Meanwhile, Spike and Sabian swing at each other. Sabian once again wins yet another 1v1. Meanwhile, Ezel in a 1v2. Yeets a nade. No damage. Lazy spots him, takes him out. Now it's going to be a 4v1. Sabian versus ASG. Asgard. They needed a chicken dinner. And remember, they were in last place. They were in last place coming into this one alongside Shockwave. And now they start off the day with a winner chicken dinner. Apparently, teams just need to be sitting in the last place to be forced to play a better game.
It was pretty damn good. I mean, from Asgard getting that sweep on the west side, I mean, they really do like their massive wide wrap rotations. Sometimes it doesn't work out too well, and sometimes you get games like that where it's done fantastically. I mean, I think it all comes down to how they made that approach from the northern side. Having 2 players cover off one another, having vehicles to work with such a long time. I think the big storyline from that one is BRA having Ezel make it to a 3rd place with 10 elims total. That was really, really damn good. He had been hidden away for so long. I think if I was IWNRX, I'd be screaming in anger after that one because they need the points. You walk around a silo to find a dude just sat there with a shotgun. Like, that's frustrating. That's really frustrating.
Yeah. And that just makes it even more difficult for the teams that need it, like you mentioned. But, I mean, in that game, it was made more difficult, but it still made it easier for all the other teams that needed those points, because that means Fenerbahçe didn't get that many, and that means that the overall leaderboard is still going to be very, very close. But Asgard, with that last game, them having maybe 8 eliminations, I believe, maybe 9 at the end of it. So 18 to 19 points, fantastic for them to be able to get that many in the previous game. Should definitely help them out, especially if there's going to be a tiebreaker situation, which we might be seeing towards the bottom of the leaderboard. And now we have 2 teams who have those chicken dinners in Boars and Asgard. But yeah, now the story becomes about other teams that need to perform. Mainly Shockwave, TheNoisyBoys, and XSlay as well. Eyes on them.
It's a nice safety game from Asgard at the start of the day. Getting that done early on is really good, and they might just make it to Valhalla and get through to the grand finals after all. But there still needs to be a little bit more done. They need a couple more points. They could easily be overtaken at some point, so just be careful with that one. But I am excited to see a little bit more from some of our teams towards the bottom, because it does feel like this last day has lit a fire underneath them. And it's encouraging them to do a lot more.
And here we just get a little quick peek at that final moment once again, and then we have a look at our MVP of the game. It's going to be none other than Lazy from Asgard. 6 eliminations. He was racking them up one right after the other. 700 damage, and of course surviving until the very end of the game. 28 plus minutes. Asgard, phenomenal start to the final day. Definitely feeling a little bit better, but I would still say the job's not done for you or your roster. The job's not done for the teams that are currently in the bottom 10. The bottom half of the leaderboard, because all of them have to step up.
As a match statistics, Savian with 800 damage done from Fenerbahçe. I mean, he was doing some serious work towards that end game, honestly. I think Septimus drops a little bit, but he stayed strong. I mean, versus multiple players with shotguns, and all you've got is the Abacan as well as the AKM. Like, he did so well there. And I think his team must be really happy with him. Lazy getting 6 elims total. Very, very good stuff. Basically doing the lion's share of the work on the team, with Sefkan only having 70 damage done total. But yeah, wow. Lazy, certainly not lazy.
Yeah, definitely not. Not with that performance. Yeah, Sefkan was just... Yeah, I feel like he was just enjoying the Lazy show in that last game. He was just watching him go to work from what it looks like. He was just the most proactive person from that lineup, it seems. But hey, as long as you get the job done, as long as the team is there to back you up, you get the results that you need, you'll be happy as Larry with that one. But that is Miramar done and dusted, and our first game down. And now we have 4 more to go. And I believe our next one is going to be a Rondo. So it's going to be a Rondo, Erangel, Miramar, Rondo, something like that. Or maybe the other way around. But yes, there's going to be 2 Miramars today, because we had 2 Erangels yesterday and the day before. So we got to switch it up a little bit. So it's going to be a long one.
Yeah, we're doing a good old. I think we started there over on Miramar. We're going to go to Rondo, then Erangel, and then Miramar, Rondo to finish. But this all couldn't happen, and it's made possible by Infinix with the GT30 series. Outplay the rest with the best. Every rank push, every clutch moment is made possible by this beautiful phone. 120 FPS and the GT30 Pro. It's the alpha gaming phone, guys. Trust me, it's not a beta. It is an alpha. Making all our players play to their utmost best and assisting Asgard in that final finish. All right.
Yeah,
they didn't have that phone, it wouldn't be possible.
You know, without it, they wouldn't have been able to carry.
They'd be nothing
with all
without
6
that
Rs.
Yeah.
That is true. This competition wouldn't be made possible. Thank you very much, Infinix GT30 series, for sponsoring our lovely tournament. And you know what? I can't wait to see who's going to be holding that phone and that trophy high at the end of this contest, and who will be representing the region at the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Squads are getting themselves in and getting themselves ready for the next match. But before that, we should be having a look, a quick one, at the highlights from that previous game, and then hopefully jump on over to the overall leaderboard, because that's the most important thing at the moment, seeing how that first game impacted our overall leaderboard.
I should have done a lot as well. A lot of teams did jump up. We had a lot of teams down towards the bottom of the leaderboards who were able to do fantastically well. Here's Azel with that insane nade. Just let it rip towards that end game, and Idemarex fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Asgard with 19 points BRA, ending up in second with 15 and 5 points from placements. Incredible stuff. But Fenerbahçe will be happy getting those 12 points. Savian lasting all the way to second place. Again, a really, really good result from him.
Yeah, incredible result. And looking towards the rest, some not so incredible at the beginning of this game. Namely, TheNoisyBoys, XSlay, Boars, and Falcons with 1 point only for each of them. Papara SuperMassive, they got the 3 eliminations on S2G, and then they wiped out their last members, and then they were wiped out by our current lobby and tournament leaders. But let's have a look. It is, of course, BRA 118 points in that first place, building that lead 11 now on Papara SuperMassive. And of course, Falcons still in third, but maybe not for long, because right now you can see Anorthosis and Ida getting closer and closer, 8-point difference between them.
Anorthosis getting up to 66 off that game, not bad. I mean, Anorthosis is always quite an opportunistic team, but I think they get themselves stuck in some awkward scenarios at time. Despite that, I think they're one of the better mechanical squads inside this lobby, made doubly so impactful by the fact that they're actually getting those eliminations in those team fights. That's what's helping them get through and stay on this front side of the leaderboard. But it's that second page, the more important side of the page. Boars Gaming dropped to 16th. After that game, back in a worrisome position, like I said, 37 points. XSlay beneath them by just one at 36. It is so terrifyingly difficult for them. S2G also dropping onto the second page with 47 points. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, for IWNRX and S2G, two very well touted teams from Turkey, dropping down into 11th and 13th. It's not a good look. It's not a
It really
good look
isn't
at all.
But look, I can't see Asgard on this page. That's how massive that chicken dinner was for the roster. It has gotten them from the bottom of the second page to the first page of the leaderboard. But right now we got a different leaderboard, and it's our top 4 gunslingers. It's still lost with the most damage. It's basically just, it feels like a competition between Papara SuperMassive and BRA. And Darkin is there to throw his name in the hat as well. Decent amount of damage for all these players. And now we got ourselves ready for Rondo. So get out of your condo, because we're almost there. Woohoo! I had to.
I gotta stay in here, dude. I gotta stay in here, man. Otherwise, I won't be able to do any commentary. I gotta remain in business. I'm just checking out the lobby right now. 63 players waiting for that next game, which will be on Rondo, like you say. I'm excited to see it happen. Coming to the swift conclusion
You're excited? You'd like
of the knockout stage. I'm always excited to watch PUBG Mobile. Again, Rondo's not the issue. It's the miscellaneous portions of Rondo that maybe I'm not so much a fan of.
Well, we'll see how it. We'll see how our players are going to showcase exactly all these miscellaneous things that we have on that special little map. We've seen quite a few instances of people using the pickaxe to give themselves a little bit of ground to work with, a little bit of cover. I've always liked seeing that.
Not done much, but
I've seen it a handful of times. Yeah, it's just, but other players are like, yeah, but I can just
grenade it.
Then, yeah,
I can just nade it. It'd be fine. Probably a little bit better. I see a guy with a pickaxe. I'm like, what is he doing? It's like he's
just
bashing the ground. It's taking a long time. But I guess there is a realism to that aspect. You know, mining does take a while, right?
Yeah,
it does take a while.
Just throw a grenade.
TNT does get the job done much faster. Historically known, it is also very dangerous.
Yeah,
don't have those kind of issues in PUBG Mobile. You know, there's no cave-ins, there's no landslides, there's only destruction.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very relaxing, I feel, up until it's not, which is when this game starts. I see 64 players in our second lobby for the day. Rondo awaits for our 16 challengers. Which one of them will be claiming their place at the top with a chicken dinner? Where now? I'm trying to think. So Miramar, you don't want. Yeah, we talked about like some of the scenic areas where you can enjoy your chicken dinner. I feel like in Rondo, there's just a lot of different places you can enjoy your chicken dinner at the end of the game. So you can just really take your pick.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to see more on the north side of the map. Honestly, yeah. I think it's a very, very interesting area. It's also very difficult to play, and there's a lot of nooks and crannies you can play in. So we haven't seen too much of that so far. We've seen a lot of the grassy portions of the map, but not too much of the arid locations on that north side. Again, I'm not too upset about it. I don't want to see the players suffer too much. I think they suffered a lot down towards Jadena City and then back up towards that north side yesterday. That wasn't easy.
Yeah.
But again, you want to see every part of the map. I think right now we've seen a lot of the eastern and the southern portions. not seeing too much of it towards the west or the north right now.
Yeah, because I want to say specifically when it comes to Rondo, I feel like it is the most beautiful map in PUBG Mobile. It's just so aesthetically pleasing compared to. I mean, that's not to say there's anything wrong with other maps. It's just out of I want to say like Erangel, Miramar, the ones that are currently present in the competitive circuit. Aesthetically, I like Rondo a lot better.
Yeah, being one of the new maps, definitely aesthetics are important, and it has it to boot. Yeah, it's a very beautiful map. I mean, even around this area right now in Tinlong Garden, you have that gorgeous waterfall behind it, which looks so nice. It's very, very fun. It's very, very fun. So I think I would definitely agree with you. It's a lovely area. It's also, unfortunately, that's why we won't see too much of it. Like, we won't see all of it straight away. It's because it is technically the largest map. It's, well, not the largest map compared to Miramar. I mean, it's larger than Erangel. It's 16 by 16, where Erangel 8 by 8 maybe, I believe.
Yes, it's 8 by 8.
8 by 8.
16 by 16 would be crazy.
Yeah, 8 by 8. But being 8 by 8,
map?
for Erangel, the difference is there's so much water there.
Yep.
For Rondo, there's literally hardly any water whatsoever. And practically the entire map is just open ground, which is cool. Which is very, very cool.
Yeah, I'd say like you'd have. So when it comes to Erangel, you have kind of like a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer kind of box on the outline of the entire map. That's just at least you have at least that's just going to be straight up water. If I'm looking at Miramar, I would say maybe you'd have a total of 4, 5. I'd say like 5, 6 squares of water. Erangel is going to have around 8, if not 10 plus more. Rondo would have maybe 3, 4, and that's about it. Like in total, that's the amount of water I would see in the map. Nothing too crazy. So yeah, it's definitely going to be the biggest. So it's going to take us the longest time to explore it. But our teams are currently enjoying the opportunity to enjoy it in Long Garden, having some tea, having some coffee just before they jump in and destroy each other. Very gentlemanly.
Yeah. Absolutely. But we're waiting for it right now to come on through. I think so are the players. We're chilling. We're vibing. We ain't doing breaks here. We go straight through. We go straight through.
We power through, Blank. We power through.
Yeah.
We get stuff done and we keep going. And I'm just waiting to hear those 3 magical words. Game is ready. And then hopefully we'll jump into it and see what's going to happen. Where is the plane going to be? So before we jump into this game, ladies and gentlemen, please let us know. Who are you supporting in the chat? Who do you want to see come out on top? Not just this winner chicken dinner, not just this game, but I'm talking about the whole competition. Show the teams that you are supporting them and you want to see them live in action in Istanbul, as we will have some of the best players in the region fighting for top 3 spots to get right into the gauntlet for PMGC. And obviously some other teams will be qualified by the end of PMSL when it comes to PMSL points. 1 for Turkey, 1 for Eastern Europe, and 1 for Western Europe as well. So a lot of teams getting a lot of good news, and a lot of teams getting a lot of bad news, having their esports journey for the year kind of wrap up and end, but you can still watch all the action unfold, whether it's online or whether you want to watch it in Istanbul or hopefully in Thailand as well for the finals of the competition too.
Speaking of Thailand, you definitely kind of want to win PMSL. I mean, getting through on PMSL points is nice. It's easy. It's a freebie because a lot of teams do disband and remake and then lose those points. And as long as you stick together, you're getting through on those points regardless. As long as you did sort of well in spring. But you do kind of want to win off the back of the PMSL podium finish over in those grand finals, purely so you can get into the gauntlet, because the gauntlet is just better. It's just better overall. You know, you get towards the top side of the gauntlet, you're straight through to the grand finals. Easy peasy. You cut out half of the tournament of PMGC. It's so nice. Yeah. But I'm also not against it, though. I think if you get PMSL points, a lot of those are picked up by slots. You can pick up the slot from a teammate by taking them into your own roster. It's a lot of nuance more than just that. But I think that it's nicer having it so the teams that win PMSL go to Gauntlet and that they have that chance just to go straight towards the grand finals, because those technically are the most recent best teams.
Yep. And it is going to be the best teams going up against each other. But right now, the best teams in Europe and Turkey continue to go up against each other in our second match of the day. Here we go. Rondo awaits. It doesn't look like we're going to get 2 plane paths in this one. It is going to be a singular one from May Rang all the way. I want to say like center zone. Not too bad. Heading towards south of Fongtun, north of Longho. Right in the middle between them. And there we have it. Let the action commence. Let the fighting begin. And let's see how many teams decide to go for that 3-1 split. Send the player to a beacon and send the 3 to their demise over and over again.
It do be like that sometimes. It really do be like that. And I think we're right now waiting for the circle to pop. Most teams are getting themselves situated around the map. And I think that we will wait until we get that circle before decisions are made to start going a little bit crazy on the elims. But most teams will have to get out the plane first. Regnum Carya over towards test track alongside with the Falcons, who are nearby. Orifest to the north of them. It's still crazy that Boars are currently in 16th. They dropped down fairly quickly. And we're up towards Stadium and Jiaotin. So an interesting portion of the map to play in. A lot of open ground heading up over towards that slightly heightened ground on the northwest side.
Yeah. Oh, and there seems to be quite a lot of fighting this time around. We didn't have a chance to have a look and see who's hot dropping who, but we'll get a chance to see the fights break out time and time again. Because right now, I'm looking towards S2G. They lost 2 members. A third one, not sure where he is. I think he might be dropping down. But Kalse, on his own, against the rest of Carya Esports. And a jump shot from CEO, perfectly timed. And that's going to be the third person from S2G gone. But don't worry about it. It's all calculated. Solkai was waiting for them to all die, apparently, so he can revive them all. They didn't get a single knock. They didn't get a single elimination. So it seems like a lot of wasted time in the early stages for S2G, and Carya comes out on top with a couple of eliminations, so they should be very happy with that one.
It just feels so lackluster. I think that's the main thing. It's just what was the point other than maybe assisting another team to climb above you in their position, and maybe you drop down into bottom 4 because of it. Again, I think you play these maps just like how Papara SuperMassive currently plays them, which is fairly safe if you're towards the bottom of the leaderboards. I think there's no reason to be making these sorts of plays at the moment.
I guess for me it would be situational. I think it would depend on who you're dropping on. Like, if you're dropping on a team that you're directly competing with for one of the spots in the top 16, then yeah, 100% it's there. You need to understand it's a high risk, high reward situation. You can either come out with a decent amount of eliminations and maybe even eliminate your opponent in a game where you can rack up a ridiculous amount of points from elims alone, or you just straight up get wiped and you give them the points. And unfortunately for the side of S2G, it is one of the teams that is competing with them, and Carya just slips away and continues to run away. S2G are currently at 47 points with Asgard and with one more team, so 9th, 10th, and 11th all together. The difference now between 9th and 16th is 10 points still. And ULF, we switch over to them. It seems like they've gone boar hunting. They've taken down 1, so they're going to be eating well tonight. And they're looking on the hunt for 2 more. They take down Half-Lick. Vic might be next, 1 more bullet. But it's Regnum who secure those ones. They heard the boar hunt and they continue. Vic, he's on his own. The last member of Boars is Snowix. And he is... Where is Snowix? He's not that far, but it looks like he's going to be heading to Stadium to recall the rest of the team. There's no one there at the moment, so Boars should be able to stay alive unless ULF somehow decide to cut off that rotation. But at the moment, Soulless is trapped.
So odd to me that it looked like he was driving inside the EMP zone there, but the Pico bus did not seem affected whatsoever. So I think there's a little bit of a grace period, it seems. Yeah, for Snowix and the Boars, it's not. Again, it's another map you want to play safe-ish. Making those crazy rotates early on just seems slightly wild. I mean, SnowX could probably get his team back up again, like you're saying, but yeah, very, very awkward. Boars are not out of the woods yet, as much as Boars do enjoy the woods. I think that they are going to slightly struggle in this one because the more, because they had that one good game, right? And that was it. Are they even going to show us any more of that? Because they could easily slip back down and towards the bottom four.
Yeah, they definitely can. The difference isn't that big. It's 4 points between 16th and 20th. And one of those teams is starting to rack up those points and get closer. And it's one of the players in 20th place. Meanwhile, Boars, they get into a fight with 4FS. A fight that's been happening over the past couple of weeks, whether it's PMCO Eastern Europe or whether it's PMSL. These teams have been at each other's throats, and this time it looks like 4FS are the ones that come out on top. Boars lose too. But again, they should have an opportunity to revive and recall each other, just as Carya does that right now. It's a very quick drop.
EXO fully gone, as is Havlik. So Boars down to 2 again already. There's the res beacon next to them.
And I believe Kvik might be thinking about going for a res beacon somewhere else. Because right now SnowX is trapped. So it could be a situation where they have to wait. SnowX goes out, fights, dies. Then they get recalled one more time. But Kvik might not be aware that Scarface is here. He's walking around and he doesn't know. Gets knocked. And I think SnowX was also eliminated. Nope. Catch just completed that elimination. Now once again, SnowX is tasked with bringing back the rest of his squad. He does have a beacon close enough to him, so there is a chance.
Some good drive-by shots coming through from Carya right now, despite being in the Pico bus. Finding one from Shockwave, and that's a good delay.
Uh-oh.
Lewis does get popped out.
Luxus takes a lot of damage, and the zone might finish him off. Not just yet. Damage isn't that high. Dakimi should be able to come back alongside with Shum, but I only see Shum at the moment. No, oh yeah, Dakimi is coming back. Luxus was eliminated a little bit too late. So now there might be another play, and yeah, it's just look at that. That's insane. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, straight back to it. It's not that long of a animation as well on the recall.
Hold on.
I think
yeah.
I think that it's a weird one where in other similar games, when you have the recall, it's very loud and it takes a long time. So it's super obvious of who's rezzing and where. It's a bit more difficult to go for it. Here, it's very easy.
We have 1, 2, at least 3 or 4 beacons in this area, but we'll get back to that in a moment as Beşiktaş are wrapping up this fight between them and 4FS. A lot of pre-fire from Rookie, missing quite a lot of them as well, but 4FS trying to step up, be a little bit more proactive. Not able to finish the fight in their favor. They lost 3 members, I believe, and 4FS should still be alive. They have one more player. Now, Regnum Carya, they lose out on Loxy as Solus has been chilling here this entire time, but here comes the backup. Here comes Wild. What can Wild do here? It is a 1v1. The rest of ULF not even close. Solus really wants to make sure that the elimination is not revived. And now Silas jumping right into it. It's going to be Solus in a 1v3. Close range, S12K. Too many windows. Regnum Carya surround him. But Solus is playing this so well. He's trying to make sure that there aren't too many windows for him to deal with. No, this is very, I was going to say doable, except Falcons say, remember when you were knocking us down? Here's revenge. That's their first point.
Yeah, he's making good space, giving good ground. Unfortunately, like we talked about earlier, a lot of the western side of the map is very open. So you make that kind of play, you are going to get absolutely battered. Scarface gets taken out, as does Eren, and now ULF is looking at a pretty precarious situation now, with only one player left alive. Still possible to go with the res beacon. Great molly onto Emre. Immediately has to hit the first aid kit.
And forced to go back, and he should be able to heal himself. Except Anorthosis start to apply a little bit more pressure. And by the way, look at the elimination board, or rather the overall leaderboard. Look at the elims and do the math. We still have 16 teams. We still have 59 players. And I can tell you there's 24 plus eliminations at the moment. But we've only actually lost 5 players so far. And there's still an opportunity for them to get recalled. This could look like the bloodiest game of Rondo. So I think the last one I counted was 27 eliminations, plus the couple of players that stayed alive at the end. This one is looking like it could be even better, even more action. I just want more.
I can tell that. I can tell that.
Give
I
me
think
more.
that there's definitely potential for it. I mean, 20.
I mean,
There's
Ketch is
definitely
gonna bring
20
back
plus.
3.
It's crazy. Yeah, drop of the smokes. Not sure how necessary it is. Maybe Beşiktaş. I think Boran is scouting this area. Not sure who's close by. Yeah, Boran's waiting for. He's camping it. Fair play. It's a good choice to make. So the smokes are coming through. Can't tell if he missed the smoke on that one because now Ketch needs to leave. Figure out somewhere else to go. There's a position over towards the east of Bailey that he can pick up. And it is on the way towards the circle. But this is smart from Beşiktaş, holding out on the north side of the zone because they don't want people piling in behind them as a 4-man squad. So this is very, very smart from Boran. I would not be surprised if Falcons starts to go to look over towards that eastern res point. 4FS also coming in with 20. Very late to the circle.
Yeah, there's quite a few teams that are still thinking about going for the revives. Catch, kind of forced to, but look at this. Falconist waiting for him, knowing that Boran was chasing him. Boran gave the info. Falconist should be able to spot out Catch, and we should have our first team be eliminated. Unless Catch wins that 1v1. He is taking quite a lot of damage. Meanwhile, there's a fight between Ida and Falcons. Oh my god, this is round 2 between those teams. They fought each other in Erangel, in Miramar rather, and now the fight is extended once again into Rondo. And there's a third party in Anorthosis Famagusta. They don't like the fact that they weren't invited. And yep, that's it. ULF first to go down. And now the teams start dropping like flies. Now we see those eliminations stick.
Great play from Beşiktaş. I think that's the first time we've seen in a while, like a very good camp in very critical areas of the map for them. They knew they wanted to control that north side, so they control all the north side beacons. And it provides them with a couple of easy back of it. Regnum Carya currently taking down Falcons at the same time.
S2G versus Shockwave continues as well. Anorthosis trying to find a way to third party. Meanwhile, Regnum Carya trying to find a way to fourth party. Again, everyone doesn't like the fact that they weren't invited to this. Falcons at the bottom. It's only Narvalo. Well, it's actually 3 of them. Not sure how they've managed to survive this long. Meanwhile, Ida really starting to feel the heat now, as multiple utility comes their way in the form of nades, mollies, and everything in between. But still, no knocks onto REG, so they're pretty comfy right now. I say that, and then Silas goes down.
I mean, this is a crazy fight occurring between 3 teams at the same time. I'll try and take control of the pagoda. It ain't happening.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that all these nades, and they're still not getting any eliminations. They're getting a couple of knocks. Ida has 1 player left. Falcons have a full 3. And Falcons still chilling on the bottom level. And wait, hold on. I thought that was another squad, but no, it's just Milas from Anorthosis. I thought we were going to have another team step up for the fight. Man can't even see where to throw the nade. Oh.
I mean, he's got a good idea. Played this position before. Knows the general areas he needs to bounce stuff off. Circle moves over towards that eastern side, and everyone needs to move. Get down towards the city. But it is conflicted, right? You know, you have that north side and the south. And I think I much prefer playing the city itself than playing towards the fields. A rough decision
100%.
to make.
Right now, Falcons have to make a decision. Are they going to push or not? Do they want to take the upper level or not? They can't really just chill there with another team hanging right above their heads. Meanwhile, Jetgo, NoisyBoys start going at it. Papara SuperMassive as well in that same pagoda. So you're telling me that we have 2 different pagodas with 3 teams fighting at each pagoda. Nice. Nico.
I mean,
oh my god, Nico was so close.
North sends another grenade in. It's perfect and on target. Takes down Rita and Matcap at the same time. Rita knocked, but Ralph with another Molotov will immediately burn out Rita. I mean, Falcons want to get inside this building because they want.
Oh no, they don't know where he is!
Good shots from Emre, but immediate response from Narvalo. Good stuff, but you guys ain't protected yet. I mean, people have been assaulting this for a while. And now Wild starts to step up. An initial knock is very dangerous for the Falcons. Loxy's nowhere nearby, though.
Yeah, that he is not. But Anorthosis are still here for this fight. They're just trying to ruin Falcons' day. They're trying to ruin anyone's day who steps in front of them. Silas, okay, explosive bow and arrow. Here we go. He's trying his luck against Falcons. They were able to secure 1 more elimination onto them.
So weird because I think right now it is just clumps of teams down towards Jiaotin. Toughen it out. Interesting area as well. Really big city. A lot of buildings with a lot of separate rooms in them. These are not easy to assault either, so it should be a very, very interesting finish here on Rondo.
And it's been an interesting game so far with the amount of eliminations that we've seen and the amount of fights that we're having around these pagodas. 3 teams now have been eliminated. Supermassive might be the next one as they were a little bit overzealous, and now Mozaro and TNB could be thinking about a push, but no, IWNRX holding both exits. Is that a nade? Okay. I thought it was a smoke. I thought it was a nade that landed right between his legs.
Yeah. Just a smoke. Desperately needed on the smoke. I mean, Papara SuperMassive found out firsthand there that these are not easy corners to nade out. You sort of have to accept that you're going to have downstairs neighbors. Yeah, for these types of squads, you are locked in. You're absolutely locked in. Boran finds 1. That was very dangerous. The deployable cover could have taken him out there, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say. Looked
Lucky.
dangerously close.
Good nade, though. Another one over the top. Looks like it's on target. It's a lot of damage over towards IWNRX. This is the second game in a row that they have been suffering to nades. Nico attempts to assault alongside with his teammate from Papara SuperMassive. Tries to get rid of TMB. Finally lost is here. Hopefully he can sort out the situation.
Yeah, hopefully he can wrap it up. Because this fight has been going on for quite a while. NoisyBoys and Papara SuperMassive. I believe they traded blow for blow, but SuperMassive were able to revive their players time and time again. Oh, Kenzor, though, starting to feel a lot more pressure. Another nade. I think it's on the other side of the wall. Yes, it is. Not going to be able to take him down just yet. He's going to be healing himself with a couple of first aid, medkits, rather. He doesn't, or nope, bandages. Doesn't have first aids or medkits. And Regnum Carya still chilling with the Falcons, but guess what? They're going to be forced to move because the zone said so.
This is good for Regnum Carya, actually, because it's going to force Falcons out first. And they have all the sight lines on this.
That they do, and Anorthosis, though. We swap over to them on the other side of the zone on the south. Facing S2G, 20 minutes into this game. 12 teams and 29 players still alive. 5 solos, by the way. TNB, Shockwave, 4FS, Boars, Carya. All solos. Meanwhile, looks like Regnum Carya on this side are going to be the ones to first make a move. Z-Wolf is still there with Silas. So maybe they're waiting for a push from Falcons outside the pagoda. But looks like Falcons get exposed to Anorthosis default. Claims that first one. Regnum are not letting go of this pagoda. They want those points. They want those elims. They want to feel safe. Right now, 54 is safe enough. It's safe enough. In this stage of the competition, you should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons are good. Regnum Carya, what they're doing right now is just setting themselves up to make this wide wrap on the eastern side. There is buildings available. This is smart from the Regnum Carya because they just want to sort this out. So as soon as they take down Falcons, they can immediately leave on the southern trend. The fact that there's no one there other than Anorthosis is quite amusing to me, and Regnum Carya get a pretty decent spot. Beşiktaş also needs to think about their next move.
See what this next move is going to be. Well, at the moment, our first move is, yep, Falcons. That's them out. So Regnum Carya can now freely focus on making their way into the zone, but it doesn't look like it's going to be an easy one. Default and Anorthosis will be applying a little bit of pressure. And Anorthosis have a weird split. If you look at the minimap, which we will now.
Yeah, the reason for that is good. You're a two-player. They know their location is very, very vulnerable. Teams need to come down that way. That was likely the only spot towards where we saw Falcons holding up that teams could be coming from. So they send out a scout early. I mean, default, he was hoping that it's a straggler or one or two player team. Milas can help him from sightlines beyond the roadside. Fortunately, it's a full four-man squad for them. The good thing is that Anorthosis identifies this early, and this push for Regnum Carya now is nowhere near as easy as it looked before.
Yeah, there's a lot of open space. It's going to be quite exposed to all the players hiding and chilling in those buildings. But for now, they're not going to be forced to move. Beşiktaş are going to be in the same boat as they are. Looks like they're going to be going for a fight against each other. Yeah, Regnum Carya and Beşiktaş jumping right into it. 2 for 1 trade so far. Regnum Carya showing us exactly why they deserve to be here. We know they do. We haven't seen the best of performances from them this time around, but we believe that they can, and they are showing us exactly. Fantastic play. Loving the swings from the roster. Not exposing themselves too much, and now the last player is way too far off for Beşiktaş to do anything about it. He does have 9 eliminations. It is Boran. But it is Regnum who survive longer, I believe, in this fight. Ooh, hold on.
Nice shot from default. Oh my god. Swings up behind them as well during the midst of all this. That's ridiculous. Very, very well played from Anorthosis. Default's been on the swivel here. He's one of the up-and-coming players we've seen for a long time. A lot of performances where he really does have these magical moments, and that is certainly one of them. Playing as a two-man there and having the balls to make that move, that is just wonderful.
Yeah, the fact that the other duo are on the south side of the zone, fighting their own battle, waging their own war. Then you have Default and Milas just holding the north side as well. I was curious as to why they were split that way, but now I can understand. The players just have faith. They believe in each other. They trust each other enough to play this way. Now let's see if Spike can hold up his end and stand his ground against Sol K from S2G. He will have backup. He will have Icy. So Wagner might need to get a little bit closer, and HamCG also trying to find his way to the top here. So one of the players from Anorthosis is going to start to feel a bit of a chokehold coming towards him. Decides, I don't want to be here, and he will be playing with Wagner. I like the call from Anorthosis.
Building of an aid was successful last time, has a pretty good read on where they're playing. Tosses it outside, ends up high. First one goes down. That's Spike out, but he is locking them outside, inside the blue zone. They'll have to come onto the outer edges, and there should be backup sightlines available. Kelsey's already down here.
Yeah.
Spot by Hamzy.
Yeah, come on, Hamzy. Show us what you can do. S2G. They got Kelsey back up. He was able to heal himself. Wagner versus HamCG. S12K versus S12K. Nice. Finally, Hamzy gets the headshot flick with the S12. Another point for S2G, and now another fight with shotguns. And it is going to be default for Anorthosis, winning against 4FS. And that last solo that they had. S2G, the only team with a full squad at the moment. Asgard, very happy for them. They were in last place today. Started off with a chicken dinner, and now 3 players, 3 eliminations. Making it to top 7 this time around as well. Should definitely feel a lot more relaxed. A lot less anxious. A lot less stressed than they were feeling at the beginning of today. But teams that are still feeling that, NoisyBoys, Boars, teams around you are gone. This is your opportunity for placement points. I'm not expecting the world here. Your solos at the end.
Nice nade from Silas. Only one left in the pocket. Immediately pulls a pin on it. Should only get back up to 70%, even if you have a first aid kit there. It was long, but too far. And nothing left now. It has 2 Molotovs in the back pocket. Realizes that Kenzor is the problem. Good shift on the circle for Regnum Carya, by the way. I think it was a mistake from Regnum Carya they made because they knew default came up earlier to spy them. And instead of instantly finishing that fight between them and Beşiktaş, they greeded for Boran when they knew it was a sure thing that he was going down eventually, instead of checking their back. And they should have checked the backside there instead.
They really should have, and S2G also should have made a move a little bit earlier, because right now they're starting to feel quite a lot. One of their players already down. HamCG, the next to follow up by the hand of default. No opportunity for a revive. Loxy stealing them away. Solkay! Solkay, no, brother! No! Not like this. Not like this.
I think the S2G's furious right now, honestly. I'd be pretty upset with how things are going. After that nade as well, I'd be even angrier.
And then
a poor push inside the building. Just one final player remaining for S2G. That could have been so much more. I can imagine the comms are falling apart in that team.
I mean, after that, they were, the only full roster. They have the strength. They could have played together a little bit quicker, unfortunately. Not too quick on that play, and they got torn apart by too many teams. Anorthosis and Regnum Carya. And the fact that we still have Loxy and Silas still on that northern side, still alive. Question is for just how long? Meanwhile, Snowix, rather, for Boars, just been alive and well, racking up points. Same can be said for the NoisyBoys and Kenzor, but Kenzor is next to the drop. He's going to have to move, and he should be exposed. It looks like Snowix can't survive long enough, and he's gone.
Yeah, 1 elim and a 7th place, so 2 points off that game. For 28 minutes of game time. That's tough. That's a tough break for him. For Regnum Carya, significantly strong position for them to play out the rest of this game. It's going to zone in, should keep them in play. They desperately need to get rid of Kenzor, though. Silas now struggling, though. Takes a couple of stray bullets from across the way.
Oh, Akron, though. Silas might have weakened him, and Akron might secure it. Don't think he does. No, he's not able to. The thing is, for Kenzor, look at that. They went over. NoisyBoys are over Boars. Boars are down in the danger zone again. NoisyBoys with that placement point just for the survival. Continue on. Meanwhile, nade whipped out and Mila's. I absolutely hate it, but it happens, and now default on his own. Top 4, 3v2, v1v1, and again, Kenzor from the NoisyBoys, the fact that he's still alive. Well, Asgard could be looking at a back-to-back chicken. I completely forgot about the potential for a back-to-back chicken dinner by them. Kenzor spots up Regnum. Oh my god, he knocks Silas. Meanwhile, default, Loxy, and are you kidding me? Default takes down one. Loxy takes out the other. Default now in a 1v1. He's going to be taking this fight with Zefkan. Meanwhile, Loxy steps up to Kenzor. And Default might be able to clean up. I think he did. Default cleaned them up. Now it's a 1v1v1. NoisyBoys, Kenzor. If only he knew. If only he knew, he could have made a play. He could have made a move, but it doesn't matter now. Default spots him out. Now it's 1v2. Default and Anorthosis could do the unthinkable here. I questioned their split. No more. They don't even know where that last player is. They thought he might have pushed. They have an 8, but they'll get some info that he's not there. And Default should be forced first. He is going to get spotted out. It looks like he's going to be giving the point away. And Regnum Carya, the team that we thought should have been eliminated, but the zone favored them time and time again at the end. Looks like all the teams in the city got just destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good plays from Default, though. 9 elims on the game. I think it might have been 10 at the end there. That is an incredible result from just one player. And I think all the plays, the big plays from Anorthosis, were made by Default during that game. For Regnum Carya, though, well played to them. I think that they clear out that north side very well. They are not heavy-handed in their push down towards the city, and they do wait out a little bit, which I probably wouldn't have done, actually. And I do want to commend that play from them. Yes, maybe they could have held their behind a little bit more, but Default was just annoying as a mosquito. It caused some really big problems, some great nades from him, but a very, very good way to finish Regnum Carya. And I think that that's a nice morale boost for them as well in the last day of knockouts.
Yeah. 9 eliminations were secured at the end for Regnum and Anorthosis. I love what I saw from them in their previous game. They were able to hold the south side with a duo, and the amount of work that Default was able to put in with Mielas was sensational. Very well played by that roster. And now I want to see what they're capable of in our next one. And the thing is, Anorthosis is one of those teams that will be present in the finals. They have been consistently good in the group stage, in the knockout stage. They're currently still hovering around top 5, top 6 in the overall leaderboard. And definitely happy with their performance so far. And I want to see more. Show me more, boys.
It's funny because, like, Anorthosis there, honestly, the split wasn't incredible, in my opinion. I don't think the split was incredible. I think that they lost ground to S2G so quickly. I think S2G moved when they could have moved. It was horrible nade from Solk that knocks one of the players as they're making the rounds. They could have had 2 or 3 players there going up against the final player from Anorthosis instead of Icy basically going for the 1-for-1 trade with the nade into the shotgun shot. At least he got his man before he went down. But yeah, it's tough. I think for Anorthosis, they're very lucky that Default is on his A game this match. I think without him, they are 1,500 damage. Without this guy, Anorthosis would not have made it to 20 minutes.
Yeah, they definitely wouldn't have 9 eliminations. You were right. 9 secured for Default, and that's gonna be quite a lot for him, especially when it comes to like the MVP ranking as well among all the other players. This is gonna put in a serious dent in putting him near the top 4, top 5 if he hasn't cracked it already with this kind of scoreline. Because looking at the other players, we were looking at 4.5k kind of damage over the course of the entire time. The fact that he secured 1.5 in one game on his own. Previous games, we see teams do a total of 1.5k damage. This is him on his own. Absolutely crazy. Is this the highest that we've seen from one player? I think we've seen a 2k.
I'm not sure. I actually couldn't tell you. But this is a really, really damn good result from Default. For the rest of the players, I think Falcons held on for as long as they can, but I think they're fairly safe right now. They keep playing pretty okay games, but honestly, at this point in time, that's all they need to qualify. Here's Regnum Carya. Silas getting almost 800 damage done. Once again, once Silas figures that the games aren't going their way, he starts to step up a lot more as a player, has this kind of hidden factor to him, which is nice. The rest of the team also putting up fairly respectable scorelines too.
Yeah, very respectable indeed from Regnum, and happy that they've shown us signs of their previous levels. Then this will definitely guarantee them an appearance and presence in PMSL EU Grand Finals in Istanbul. They should be perfectly fine with that kind of result. And we haven't seen massive results, I want to say, from Papara SuperMassive or from BRA in the previous game. So seeing that happen and then other teams from the bottom of the leaderboard perform, it's getting a little bit closer now, but the lead is still very much in the distance from any other squad outside of these top 2 in Papara and who was it? BRA, that's the one. Yeah, it's Papara and BRA.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the replays from that match. Regnum Carya, again, this shot from Loxy earlier on was really, really nice from inside the vehicle, the AUG at distance. ULF had a rough time of it. They were curtailed every step of the way. No matter where they went, they were camped out. I think Beşiktaş had the right idea throughout this game. I think they took the fight to the wrong person though. I think they could have maybe made it further if they just went for the mad dash into the city. I respect the attempt over towards Regnum Carya.
Yeah, 19 points for them. Anorthosis end up in second place, which they did in that last game. 11 eliminations, and 9 of them were by one player. 9 out of the 11 eliminations is crazy. Carya in third. Carya have been kind of quiet, but good to see them now in third place with those 11 points, 9 elims. TheNoisyBoys with the third place, and Kenzor being able to survive that long, securing another point at the very end of the game as well, I believe, by securing an elim on Regnum Carya. But here we are once again with the top. It is still Bra 118, Papara 114.
Papara is not too far behind again now. They did make up for it in that last match, the 114. BRA still ahead though. It's really, really good results from both these squads. Anorthosis take over Falcons by 5 points. But it is S2G still hanging on for dear life on that second page. Boars dropping down towards 70. We talked about that before. But this is feeling more and more likely where I think ULF potentially could get ahead. But the TheNoisyBoys, Boars, 4FS, XSlay, and Shockwave, I think those are the teams that I see interchangeable right now. Them, Oscar, and Jetgo potentially. I'd be very, very sad to see ULF go out because I think it is filled with very, very good players. And we would have a phenomenal grand finals.
And honestly, I want to see more from the Boars. But yeah, I do agree. The teams in the bottom from the ULF. I mean, I'm not so sure ULF are capable of running away with it. That's the one thing I disagree on. I think they're also like in there along with Oscar. I'd throw all of them in there. From 14th to the bottom, that's still going to be the danger zone. But we haven't seen anything crazy from XSlay, nothing too special from Shockwave. And the thing is, Shockwave, I feel like, had an opportunity at the beginning of the day, especially in that Miramar. They had some great rotations, they had some great placements, but they weren't able to secure a lot of elims in that first game. But now they only have 2. We have 3 matches left for the day, 2 for Boars and Shockwave. So it's looking very, very dire. It's looking very, very scary now for these teams. Boars salvaged it yesterday at the end. Now it looks like they might have to do it again in the final 2 games. But let's have a look at the... I'm going to have a look at the groups real quick and just let everyone know who's playing and who isn't in this one.
Yeah, there's only a couple of games remaining now. And it's a bit scary. It's a bit scary for some of these squads. There is potential for those big chicken dinners. I think for Boars, it was somewhat out of the ordinary yesterday where they got that last win. Able to get themselves a lot of points, which saw them safe, but they have immediately dropped back out of that safe zone. I mean, they were in 13th. It's not that much of an ask to stay up there, but I think some teams are hearing the music now start to reach its crescendo and think to themselves they need to massively start performing. Teams like Regnum Carya, S2G, it does feel like they're getting further into these matches, still making some mistakes here and there, but they do not want to be in that bottom 4.
They really don't. And for Shockwave, it's the next 2 games they are going to be playing. Oh, Shockwave are, I want to say like the ones in the worst position possible because they're playing the next games and then they're missing out on the final game of the day, which is the Rondo. They've already had their fair share of Rondos. They've played all 4 of them. So now they have an Erangel, a Miramar, and then they're basically done for the competition. They're not playing in that last game. So the last game then gives an opportunity for Bra to keep hold of their first place, since Papara also won't be there. And it gives an opportunity for XSlay, because they will be present for that last one. They weren't there in the previous game. But of course, the teams not present in our upcoming game is going to be IWNRX. So Wildcats Next Rüya will not be present. Anorthosis Famagusta, Team Falcons, and Beşiktaş will be missing out on the next game. And we will have the other 4 groups in A, B, D, and E joining us. And right now, I can already tell the lobby has started. The players are loading in. We're just waiting for the planes to take off. And then we'll keep this going, boys and girls. One game right after the other, blank. We don't stop. Except
I know we we're just blasting our way through today. It is definitely a long day for us and the players, but I'm excited to see the conclusion of it where we come to Rondo right at the finish line. Our third match today is the good old Erangel, which is going to be sandwiched between all our other matches going on. So after this one, we'll have Miramar, but will be after a short break. But Erangel, back to a bit of normality for us here and for our teams. But I do think this is a very important map for a lot of our squads. Actually, it's midway through the day. You're feeling warmed up. You're at your freshest, I would say, as well. This is also a map where you can get some very consistent results on if you are good. And it's an opportunity for those teams towards the bottom to really step up now and grab themselves a big win.
Yeah, a big win here would do them wonders if they're able to get it with a nice little combo of enough eliminations on the side. You make sure that chicken is well seasoned towards the end of the game. And then see who will be the 16 teams that make it. Because unfortunately, that is the way it goes. Not everyone will be able to participate. Not everyone will be able to be present in the finals. Well, you can be if you want to. If you had the quick thought to buy yourself a ticket, make it there. Well, we'll see you there. That's for sure. And we'll hopefully have a grand time together. It's going to be 3 days of nonstop action. It's going to be 6 games every day, except the last day. Last day is, I mean, it is 6 games, but that's the limit. It could end quicker. And I do want to see a game 2 finish on day 3. That would be sick. But we're not there yet. We're still in the knockout stage. Game number 3. Here we go. Erangel awaits, and we shall wait no more.
Jumping straight into it now. Over on Erangel, a very, very kind playing path. No one's too upset about this one. Cutting straight through the middle of the map. Everyone get wherever they need to be.
Yeah, I'm happy with this one. We're not getting very southern circles like we did last time, so let's see where the zone decides to go. Because with the way that this plane path is positioned, it's kind of fair on everyone. Only the teams that I guess want to go to military base, but even then, it's not a bad drop. And it is going to be the TheNoisyBoys, but they go to Milta Power. They changed their drop for this match.
Having out the vehicle.
Yeah, that's not nice. Wow. I mean, but okay. So here's my question: Why take the buggy and not the US? And why is the zone like this?
That's cool. It's the first time we really see it.
So
honestly.
mean.
Yeah, first time we've seen it in a while. Take the buggy. That the buggy's just generally nicer. Or the US. He moves faster, easier over the terrain as well. Don't really need the 4-seater. If other players in your team are grabbing them, you just stop other players from being able to rotate easily in that US if they come across it, which is not nice, but necessary. Yeah, S2G should have a good game off this one because they are usually dropping down towards Primos Quarry. They know this area of the map.
True.
If they don't get a top 8, I think that it's a rough game. It's a rough game to go out in because I think S2G certainly can get safety off of this game. They get a good match here in Quarry.
Well, they really, really should. Let's see if they manage to do exactly that. Teams on Millie Island, 0. Everyone else has scattered. Let's give you, ladies and gentlemen, a quick lay of the land. So we have Carya on farm, BRA in Milta at the moment. TNB across Milta and across Milta Power specifically. I want to say Shelter taken by Papara SuperMassive. Mansion and Lipovka by Fenerbahçe. Then we go to Yasnaya. We still have the usual Boars for FS not fighting each other with the gentleman's agreement at the start of the game. ULF and Regnum Carya, Rosehawk and School. Then we have, I believe, Jetgo North George Pool, Shockwave South George Pool, and Asgard. We got Stefkan. I believe he's just picking up a vehicle for the team, then should be regrouping just north of Everest. Then looking towards the likes of XSlay, I believe near Hospital and just south of that. Ida around Gatka, very, very split up. 4 solos, and then we have Oscar with Pachinki. I believe that's, I believe that's all the teams and their locations as of now. And we'll keep in touch with them and see who's going to be moving into the zone. Because at the moment, yeah, S2G, very, very wide split. Kalse getting himself a vehicle off the coast, and then hopefully should regroup with the team. But yeah, there's so much water in this zone. Would this be 50-50? Don't know why I went so high there with that one.
I don't think it's 50-50, but it is a lot. It's definitely a lot in this zone. Yeah, I think you are struggling slightly. It's going to require a lot of teams to head down this way. Unfortunately, the amount of compounds in this area, it's not a lot. It's not actually a lot. I mean, a lot of teams are going to have to pick up some pretty unconventional areas. A lot of teams will be shifting over towards the western side of the coast as well, which just limit their rotational pass in the late game, getting cut out. A lot of teams have made their way over here very early, like Ida and S2G was just here early because of their drop spot. They'll be very happy with this because they get a nice central position which they can move around fairly freely in.
I'm still trying to figure out the math for this circle. I require assistance. I don't know why. It looks like, I mean, it looks 45, 55 maybe? 55 land? Maybe 60-40? Just because there's a decent bit of the circle that's cut out on the western side as well.
It's like 40% so water, though.
Okay.
Roughly. Counting the squares.
Yeah, I was literally counting. I was thinking about how many squares are full of land and how many squares have like majority water, and doing the math that way. But you know what? Let's not get into that at the moment. Let's get into this TheNoisyBoys rotation. They came from Milta Power, crossed the eastern bridge onto the Millie Island, maintained the rotation on the road north of Millie Base. And I'm curious as to whether they're going to cross that bridge instantly or if they're thinking about maybe going for a swim, finding a boat.
Well, they have to. They have to cross instantly. But it's also a bad play. It is a really bad play. Because they make it so many teams want that position. So many teams want yellows. They want Ferry Pier. They want Eastern Ferry Pier. I think you're slightly mad thinking that you can get from Milta Power over Millie Base, over Western Bridge, and not get punished for it.
I mean, so far, doesn't seem like there is any punishment at all. Barely any damage on any one of the players. And it seems like they will be able to make it. That's why I was posing the question, would you even just instantly cross or would you wait? I know that there's no way in hell that we're going to be seeing a zone go over to the military island in this case. But I thought that they would be maybe waiting for the second zone to recognize where the best possible position would be. But they risked it all.
They have to just do it. Again, in international lobby, that never happens. That gets punished so fast.
But hey, it works out now. But remember, will not work out every single time. Ezel worked out in his favor because Hartman's aim was not the best. Oh! Okay, almost. My bad. My bad, Hartman.
Yeah, a slight tag was about it. Nothing too much more.
Don't think he liked what I said. Not happy with it.
I didn't get the knock though, so it didn't really matter to him.
True. Oscar though.
I don't know what Pluto's doing. Yeah, Abican will just shut you down immediately.
Yeah, what doing?
Yeah, that was a weird one. Definitely a weird one. Not sure why. Okay, well they got the re-knock, which is good. He is bleeding out. They catch him just in time. But everyone pushes him off that. If he takes his hand off his teammate for a second, that's it, he's going down. That nade should secure the deal.
Yep. I mean, your position is very obvious. Surprised that you went for the revive in that situation. But BRA looking to see if they can wrap up this fight. But they are a little bit split. Quantum, can you put up a fight against Oscar? The answer is nope, not this time. Kiss you has to make up for it. Letting it rip with that PP Bison. Quite a lot of damage, and here comes Ezel finally for an off angle, but not able to assist in much. There's still the knocked player, Quantum. No one's able to assist him. No one's coming up for that second floor to take out Kiss you, and he manages to make it onto the roof now. You just need to get a knock for yourself. then you might be able to get some assistance.
Oh
Unfortunately,
my
the
God.
nade. Hardman, wow. Secures that one, and BRA down to one member, and they decide we don't want to be a part of this. And they dippity-dip.
There's a hell of a air burst
my
on that one.
God. Did you see the zone?
Yeah, that's rough. That's definitely rough. The TheNoisyBoys pretty happy with this. S2G going to move down that way. Papara SuperMassive will find Quantum. That's loss going down.
Yeah,
this should go back on the Northern Island, but there's no reason it couldn't go on the bridge.
Imagine it goes to the, like, it just keeps shifting to the Millie Island. That would absolutely be bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for it to do that.
Oh,
I actually
100%.
think it's actually impossible, technically impossible. But it could go bridge. It can go bridge on this circle.
I'm curious to see where this
shit.
shifts. I mean, if we see that, these guys are not going to be having a great time. And I mean, they already aren't having a great time. And Regnum Carya just running into all kinds of obstacles. Chicken dinner pass game. One player this game.
I think if anyone who's mad about this is probably S2G, considering they were set up for such a great game on this one, which could have set them
100%.
set. And now you get this horrendous zone. Because everyone was hoping Erangel is going to be the map where you're able to get some clean, consistent points. With this kind of circle, with this kind of position on the map, everything's put in flux.
This one is, this one's a toughie. And we did say this PMSL has been one of the roughest ones on the players. Oh, no. Okay. Making him with an aid. Jump in. But Loxy finished the heal. So he has a little bit of extra health to work with. But an S12K at this range should be easy. You have a full team with you. Yeah, there you go. Easy peasy. Regnum Carry is out. And Jetgo gets some much needed points. 49 points in 12th place. Should be good. But let's see what the other teams can do. XS. Nior gets himself a first point. 37, 37, 38, 39. Those are the teams in the bottom. That's how close they are. Absolutely nuts.
Fenerbahçe, Simple Domek. Looking to make the rollout soon, but a lot of teams ahead of them. Circle starts to close now. Doesn't matter too much for quite a few of our teams that are already in the circle. A lot of teams haven't made that decision to cross to the other island, but a lot are prepared to make the jump happen if we go towards the eastern side. No one in yellows either, but potential for a team like Fenerbahçe to make that move just in case we get a hard shift. We do not. It's back over towards that western side on the northern island, which means we do have fields in play right now. Fields in play, as well as Ferry Pier, and a whole lot of open ground in between. This is rough.
This is rough for quite a few teams, and specifically now for S2G, as they have to make their way from Primorsk. This game looked like such a fantastic game for them from the beginning, but now it is going to be an uphill battle for them to go through Jetgo and Shockwave at the same time. In Shockwave, they have 3 eliminations so far. They haven't shied away from fighting in this match. So far, so good for them. S2G and Jetgo finally get into it. Jetgo, one of them go down. But now the pressure from the zone starts to come in too. Uh-oh. Back wave. No. Okay, Solkai. Not able to get that much done. It's not easy in that situation. Jetgo though, could they make it through? Looks like they do, but XSlay, hold on. XSlay and Ida. Didn't see this fight on Ferry Pier.
XSlay underneath. Not an ideal position to be in. I think they really squeezed themselves into this spot. XSlay in 20th place right now, so going out in this game at a very, very bad point would hurt their progress towards the grand finals. S2G been keeping it very, very safe on that western side, currently dealing with Jetgo as they come in. You can see there Hamzy G finding a shot over towards Company. How about you not hitting this shot? I respect the attempt, but
I was waiting for him to actually hit that shot on your. Unfortunately, nope, did not work out. Although I do have to ask, at this current moment in time, if you can have a look at the minimap, Boars center zone, what can be done?
Yeah, I mean, they are center zone. It's not the greatest of spots in the world, though. Out in the fields.
Yeah, I mean, they have the fields, and they got a loot drop as well. That can only do so much, if I'm being honest. It can only do so much against all these teams. 15 teams alive, 15 minutes into this game almost, and 50 players still alive and kicking. This is going to be carnage at the end.
It's just not a nice circle to play at all. Next one's really going to define exactly where we're going and what we'll be playing with. I think most teams would actually quite like a northwest shift. Or one that went down towards Ferry Pier. This one, not so much. This is basically the worst it could be. It might have been even nastier if it went up towards that northeast side. That could have made lives harder. But yeah, this one is it's just open ground. It's real. Funnily enough, XSlay's actually got a really good spot. They're closed off from a lot of the fighting, sure, but at least it's safe.
Yeah, so they have a chance with this game. Shockwave. Not sure what they're going to be able to do coming in from Quarry as well. We'll get back and check on them later. Right now, focus on Papara SuperMassive and Oscar. Oscar who's in 13th with 48 points. 9 points ahead of Boars in 17th. Their closest danger in any way, shape, or form. So for now, they just focus on getting points, focus on getting eliminations, focus on surviving. Because they're safe. Keyword being, though, being for now.
Oscar with 3 players still up. Yeah, a lot of the fighting will be happening around Ferry Pier. It's not a great spot. It's nowhere near the center of the circle, but it's the only areas really with any compounds to work with.
Uh-oh. Lost. 4FS stepping up to Jetgo. You cannot lose this fight. 4FS lost a little bit over aggressive on his own, and Freedom somehow able to keep them at bay. He gets 2, but Jetgo get eliminated. 4FS. They lose 2 members. T dips out of the conversation because Asgard was getting close enough, but it looks like 20 is going to be the one that risks it and goes for the revive. He should be able to secure 1 and continue on into the zone. I'm not sure how they were able to do that. Asgard are going to try to catch them out. And Ida try to catch out ULF.
Oh, still just sitting pretty. Has to just stick it out for the time being. Still a lot of water in this zone as well. Most teams on that north side, again, just no one's got a good spot. There is literally no team with a definitively good spot here. It all could change in zone 5, zone 6. You're essentially just looking for areas you can hold on to 4 players with.
That's true. And Asgard just looking to run it down between every single one of the teams. It looks like they're going to be crashing right into Ida. 1 player goes down. Umbre is ready with the nade. Rita's there with a follow-up nade as well. Turn it into a red zone, and Asgard. That's a lot of damage. That's all of them gone. And they all go to who, I wonder. It is going to be a loss from Papara SuperMassive. He's the one that gets the eliminating nades. Ida just did the damage, it seems. And that fight's over, just like that.
Yeah, I mean, Papara SuperMassive still showing us they've got what it takes to be one of the best, even in a horrendous circle like this. Boars have sat it out for the time being, but again, a horrible circle down towards the south side on the beachhead. Still a lot of circle with the water in it. Damn, this is just rough to play in. Carya, though, their time is coming to an end where they can sit out in Ferry Pier and maintain the status quo over there. And I think, again, it comes back to what I was saying earlier, where XSlay, technically, although that position is diabolically bad and unfun to play in, so uncomfortable, like a stone in the shoe. It doesn't matter. The stones are currently keeping them safe by the pier.
That they are, but for how long is the zone going to favor them one more time and shift over to the pier? Or is it going to favor the mainland a little bit more? Head on over maybe to the compounds where TNB are, or just make the end game on the beach. Right now the teams on the north who have to get to the beach, they have to cross the road. It's Boars and Fenerbahçe. But with the compound that the TheNoisyBoys have, and I think the positioning that Oscar have as well on the eastern side, I don't think either Boars or Fenerbahçe should be able to get in, but let's see. Yeah, and there we go. They try to make it, and instantly TNB light them up. First is down, second is down. One more player might be able to survive. Looks like only one will make it. I'm not sure where he made it, though. Don't think he's going to survive long enough.
Paul, we're on the outside. Players are inside the building. They don't know he's it. What is this nade?
What? Yeah, what were you aiming for there, Polly? Oh, okay, never mind. You're not going to be aiming at anything anymore.
Building. What's the point in third-person perspective if you're blind? Oh dear me, that was bad.
Yeah, that was something. You know what else is something? Shockwave have one game left to go. Them being eliminated a couple of minutes ago means next game, Miramar, is where their fate will be decided. I believe Boars skip out on the next game and they come back for the final one. ULF, they're starting to build a bit of a lead. Carya lighting up Fenerbahçe. And XSlay still seem to be getting a couple of eliminations. This is the game for XSlay to run away, as there's 7 points between them and ULF. And they need ULF down now.
Carya holding out on the side. I think it's actually fairly impressive that Carya was able to make it over this way without too much resistance. Still works out well. S2G are making the best out of this game that they can, playing on the beachhead. They have a team over towards that north side, the TheNoisyBoys, who made one hell of a rotate earlier. Honestly, I still don't know how that one worked out, but it did. They have the compound to themselves. But S2G have more ground to play with, albeit not entirely protected. ULF getting shot at off in the distance, struggling to make their way in. That's bad for S2G though. Very nice for Ida.
Very good for XSlay too, because it means they don't have to run that much off of the ferry pier. They can still actually stay on it for a little bit, which is crazy. And you know what? I have to point it out as well. TheNoisyBoys, they are currently sitting in 11th with 50 points. They have 7 eliminations, and that should put them in safety because they still have the placement points they're going to be getting from this game as well. So TheNoisyBoys, very, very good job for them. If they can do just a little bit more, I think they should be safe. They should be able to make it, and they still have a couple more games to play too. But looks like S2G, hold on, Solk going for a northern push on the compound where TNB are. Not sure what the call is there.
I mean, S2G, I've got to make the way in somehow. I mean, IC has a fairly decent position here. TNB gets over the top of them, which is not great, but they still have this little lip to work around with on that beachhead, which is great. Yeah, basically they need to start getting nades over there, but they are just not in range to make that one happen. Ray Z from Fenerbahçe goes down. I don't know how ULF's still kicking, but they definitely are.
Meanwhile, S2G, they lost Tolkai, but now they finally take the fight with the TheNoisyBoys. Not sure what's forcing them to give away so much. Oron fighting Ida. S2G, okay, Kalse is just gonna send it. We'll get back to that episode in a few short moments as XSlay, well, never mind, we're back there right now. 9 elims for TNB. This is looking like their best game so far, because I think it is their best game so far. But they still have the chance to jump up a couple more spots. Kenzor No opportunity for a revive now. Elimination secured by Calci. Ida trying to step up, and XSlay. Ooh. Want to see what they can do. ULF finally out. So that means XSlay can jump up over Boars, over ULF, over Oscar, and might make it all the way to Jetgo. Let's follow them and find out.
TMB with 9 elims, so this is very nice for them. In a really profitable game so far, and they continue to profit off the back of it. This is such an insane rotate they made in. But again, just profiting time and time again off of one of the most hectic circles we've seen all day. XSlay chilling without a care in the world right now.
Yep. They are waiting for this next shift. We have 10 more seconds. It's favored them time and time again. It's made it easier for them time and time again. And I mean, hey, you said at the beginning of the game, Blank, this should easily be a top 8 for S2G. They made top 7. They have 4 elims. They're making it happen.
And they need more, though. I think for S2G, this was definitely the game that... This was the game to close the door on other squads. Trying to assault their position. And then secure their spot in the grand finals. And that's really my question here, is that how far can S2G push this? Because they only have 4 eliminations. Right now, TMB is doing a far better job. So on the left-hand side, Mazaros has to move up. Simple Dome, I'm still watching that position. Calci's playing frontline here. Actually impossible to get him back up again if they find a shot over towards him. Good smoke, though. Drops down. The nice sight line's on the left. And forces Hyso in an uncomfortable spot now.
That it does, and forces XSlay to just get a couple more eliminations in their favor. Lation, though, does go down, but it should be in a revivable situation. Papara SuperMassive also get closer to that number 1 spot. 1 point difference now, separating them and Bruh. S2G, Calci got a nice little nade. Half HP by Hyso. Can he get the second one? I don't think it's going to be close enough for the knock. Nope. Misses that one. The thing is, he has to start moving at a couple of seconds. They need to finish this fight with S2G if they want to make their move. Hamsi starts the distraction tactic by driving around. Just a bit. Looks like it's going to be moving towards his own. Marso from Carya finally goes down to Lation. Another point for XSlay. And look at that. XSlay are now 17th. A couple points away from ULF.
S2G. So with 3 players, you'd be mad dash for them right now to get across. Like you say, XSlay up to 5 elims right now. Doing very, very well. Tuck themselves into the pier. It has been a nice day at the beach for them. S2G moves over towards the shack. TMB inside, and they are suffering all the while. Somehow S2G making this push happen.
I think you need to kind of finish this fight, S2G. Can't leave this this last member of the squad, and perfect. They managed to secure it. That's 7 elims to their name. NoisyBoys. Unfortunate for them. They will stay in 12th with 55 points after the 9 elim game they have been able to put up. But right now, all eyes are on XSlay, the team that's coming from the bottom of the leaderboard. An opportunity that they have been waiting for. Now is their time to seize it. It's 4v3, v2, v1. And this is, I think, the second time or third time that I've seen Fenerbahçe in top 4, top 5 with a single player. Crazy.
This is some great stuff for XSlay. I mean, they get really lucky. Just tucking themselves in there, but the nade will take down Jetta. Gets a little bit too close to the action. And we know this entire time, that's all they've been doing is staying away from the action.
But you can only evade it for so long up until the zone forces you to take that fight. Nade? Ooh, almost. Confirming the elimination onto Yekta. Taking that away. S2G, once again, I think this is the 3rd or 4th time the zone shifted away from them. And how many times it favored XSlay has been ridiculous. And look at that from Simple Domak. He knows, I am not giving this point away. Not today. Meanwhile, S2G, it looks like they're finally going to pull the trigger onto Ida. They go for the fight. They suffer a lot for it. They lose Hamsi, they lose Icy, and now it's 1 player left. Nade comes in. Oh! Perfect placement by XSlay, and the second one, not good enough to get the elimination, but it's good enough to deal a decent bit of damage. And now you have Yusuf to provide the cover as the rest of XSlay make the push to the center. Never mind. No one's moving. Everyone's staying. Ooh, Amre gets spotted out. Might be able to finish him up before a chance for a revive. Kalse is slowly going to crawl his way. Is Rita going to focus on XSlay, or is he going to focus on S2G? Focus should be on the solo.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how they haven't picked up Emre yet. Or even that he was allowed to start crawling back towards Rita. It's very open ground that XSlay needs to push across. But it is only 2 players remaining. And that is the saving grace. There is also that high ground for XSlay that they're playing. I think Kalsi should be spotted fairly soon. He has to make the mad dash. He's down. Now it's a 3v1. And XSlay should be taking the chicken dinner off the back of this game. Is a crazy situation. 1v3 down to 1v2 behind the tree off in the distance. Lation kind of throws it all away in that moment, but Rita making it work. A stun grenade in hand. Look to toss it over the top soon, potentially. Find the vehicle, the only thing giving him any cover whatsoever. Yusuf steps up. He's out in the open. Rita taking a lot of damage. Still has the med kit to work with. Leo now pushing up. Does not have time to go for the meds here. Round the side. Needs to hit the shots. And XSlay, despite all of that issues, managed to make it happen. What a wild finish from XSlay there. Rita, though, I kind of thought he was going to make it happen.
So close. So close to an incredible clutch for Ida. But XSlay, the chicken dinner is going to mean so much to them. And remember what we said before this game. One chicken dinner with a decent amount of eliminations can change so much, and it can do wonders for the teams at the very bottom of the leaderboard. And for a team like XSlay to make it up at the very last moment is absolutely fantastic for them. Very well salvaged, very well played. But now that means that I believe ULF is now in the danger zone alongside Shockwave, alongside Boars, and TheNoisyBoys also made it out of that one. So teams are starting to rack up a ridiculous amount of points, and others are not performing. This game has shown us so much. And you know what? Next game is going to be the last one for Shockwave, Blank. If they don't cross the threshold, they're done.
Yeah, it's so strange towards the bottom of the lobby right now. I think TMB's very happy. XSlay is extremely happy off the back of that one. I did feel like maybe Rita could have pulled it off in those final moments there versus the guys on XSlay, but wow, what a game from them. What a game indeed.
Yeah, phenomenal performance, I want to say, from them, and very well timed. But you have to have this kind of performance consistently if you want to, I want to say, perform in PMSL EU Grand Finals. Having this kind of performance in this stage of the competition, to me, at this point, it's fine as long as you qualify. That's your main goal. Whether it's 1st or 16th, the end game is qualification. Main point is perform the best in the finals. But now, we're going to take a break, boys and girls, and we're going to be coming back with the final 2 games. It's going to be Miramar and then wrapping it up with Rondo. And then we'll know who are the 16 teams. We'll see you in a few.
Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
We are still on the hunt for the champion of PMSL EU, but before that, we have to find out who are the 16 teams that are going to compete in the finals of PMSL EU, and we find that out in 2 more games. That's right, 2 more games. And you know, I decided I wasn't gonna let you just sit there without a green screen on your own. I had to jump in and join the party.
Oh, you've made your bed as well.
No, the bet was already made. There was just like some other. I think there was a hoodie or something on the bed that I had to throw away. That's about it. But yeah, Mozaro from TNB is the one that has secured the most valuable player. 6 eliminations, 734 damage, half of our MVP from the last game, and that wasn't even a Rondo.
I know, pretty damn good stuff. I mean, Icy getting 988 damage is kind of surprising from S2G, to be honest with you, but very well played to them. I mean, they've been desperately trying to get something done this game. I think they did enough, though, to get themselves into a position where they feel much safer, which is nice to see. I think overall, that last game, though, for XSlay, damn, well done to them. It was a bit rough in those final moments, though.
Little bit. They started off the day with 35 points, I believe, tied with Shockwave at the very end. And now with the 9 eliminations that they have secured, along with the chicken dinner in that last match, 19 points jumps them from 19th, and I believe they made it all the way to maybe 13th, 14th, but at least it's top 16. And that's what matters for this roster. top 16s, and then they make it to PMSL EU Grand Finals. But that also means rather that ULF, Boars, 4FS, and Shockwave are the ones that are going to be at the bottom of the leaderboard. Now, for our next game, let's just have a look at the groups real quick. It is going to be S2G, Boars, Ida, and TheNoisyBoys, who are not present in it. And they will join us in the last game. Speaking of that last game, previously, this is the result of it. It was actually 8 eliminations. My maths was off, but 3 teams sitting at 12. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's very nice for TMB, S2G, and Ida, like some consistent points, which doesn't get distributed too nicely over the rest of the roster, though. I think that's the main thing for XSlay. That's a big result for them, considering Boars got nothing, Asgard got nothing, 4FS got nothing, neither did Jetgo, Oscar. All these teams in trouble. Shockwave particularly in trouble right now. So I think for XSlay that worked out very well, because for the other teams that earned points, it was more about securing their position to the grand finals as opposed to saving themselves from the bottom of the leaderboard, which is great to see for XSlay. Again, it wasn't the most marvelous game in the world from them. We'll be honest. It all almost went wrong. Lation kind of just threw caution to the wind as he tried to run up on your boy Rita. If anything, BRA 1 point behind Papara SuperMassive.
Yeah, but Papara have those 3 chicken dinners, so if they manage to equalize with BRA, they get that first place. But for now, stays in the hands of BRA. Anorthosis in third with 83. Ida now in 4th with 79 as Falcons drop to 5th. 6th place belongs to Carya, 77, 70 for Regnum Carya, perfect for them. And now we get to the important one. XSlay did jump to 13th with 54 points, right behind TheNoisyBoys in 55th. So 2 teams that were in the elimination bracket made it out alive. And now you see, at the start of the day, it was an 11-point difference between 9th and 18th, I believe. And now the difference between 16th and 18th is a massive 8 points. With 1 game left for Boars and 1 game left for Shockwave, there's an opportunity for ULF, for Oscar, for 4FS now. They have a free game to build some difference and get away from Boars and Shockwave and see if they can catch up to the other teams.
Yeah, I think the trouble for Boars is that they've only got 1 game left, right? It's 1 game left to make it happen, and it's on Rondo. Which is not terrible because it means you get a lot of points, but are Boars the ones picking up those eliminations? No.
Nope.
ULF definitely needs to shift gears a little bit here. I think they're a team that can certainly make it. It would be a shame to see them go out. Asgard Esports wants to stay ahead. I think there's only like 2 or 3 spots that can change now. I think with only 2 more games remaining, I don't think it's going to be some crazy shifts anymore. But I do worry. I do worry for Boars. I do worry for ULF in particular.
The thing is, when it comes to ULF, I want to say their positioning in Rondo has been fine. They haven't been running into a lot of troubles in the early stages, and regardless of what troubles they run into, they were always able to recall their entire team. Boars, in the previous Rondo, they didn't have that capability. They struggled. They got into fights. They were caught off during their rotation time and time again. They would recall their squad and then once again get picked off. And then it was SnowX that just played for survival in the previous one. So yeah, Rondo did not look too good for them, but it is going to be their final match. And it's their best chance at making it, because at least going into that final game, they'll know how many points that they need to secure in some way, shape, or form. Just because you'll have 2 teams that have cemented their points, they can't gain anymore. So you'll have an inkling, you'll have an idea, and then you'll know how risky you can play that last game. But regardless, you have to take risks in that last game, because otherwise you're not qualifying. There's no playing it cool. You have to start off strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that is 100% the case, where I think if you're playing that last game, at least you have a target to hit. And most teams are seeing these scores be released real time, which is nice. And I think it's just worrying. It's definitely worrying for some squads who are ending on this next game. They'll be finished their 12 matches out. But for Rondo, it should be a fantastic finish. Should be a really, really interesting finish to the day, where anything could happen due to the eliminations being elevated, inflated on that match. But we're heading over towards Miramar next. We're waiting on one final player, I think, from Regnum Carya, before we head into this one. And as I say, Silas does join the lobby. So it is 64 out of 64 over towards Miramar. A little bit of a change of pace here, a little bit slower. The tension is definitely rising. And this is definitely a map where you can lose players early on. And if you lose a player early on, that's it. Kind of ruins the rest of your game. I think Sandstorm is gone. I thought he was just very pensive, looking off into the distance. Turns out he's just fully DC'd. So an F in chat for Sandstorm. Either way, we'll be getting into the game very, very shortly. I think it's definitely one of those games where I'm worried for a couple of teams. I'd like to see Shockwave to do a little bit better here, guys, but I don't think it's possible. For Boars, again, they had that one big game, that one big chicken dinner. That was realistically it. But Miramar, anything can happen. Anything can happen on Miramar. As we know from PMGC 2024, we had the East Island finish, which was always fun to see. But here over on Miramar, there's definitely been a case of the Southern Playing Path blues, which no one enjoys. No one enjoys Southern Playing Path blues. It's pretty unfortunate to deal with. Such a long way to go towards the top side of that map. It is unenjoyable. It is unenjoyable at the best of times. Players are all on the island now. I haven't DC'd. I was just baiting you by also looking off into the distance. But we are just waiting for them to get into the game. Whilst Sandstorm fixes his problems, and I am left here by myself on my own. Which is chilling. I've done solo cast before, many times in the past. In fact, back when I first started, which is an interesting part of my career, and now once again, an interesting part of my career now here in PMSL EU. All by myself. It's not too bad. This Buzz Lightyear skin, I'm looking at it right now on my screen, guys. I still can't get over it. It is, in my opinion, so garish. It's so bad. I do not like it. Do not like it one bit. We'll bring up the scorelines. I think for BRA as well as Papara SuperMassive, there's definitely a bit of a rivalry going on there. 119 to 120. Very, very difficult for both these teams to jump ahead of one another. And again, it is a big jump up. You know, $4,000 for first place. That is a lot to play for, which is always fun, but also scary for a lot of our teams towards the bottom of the lobby, because a lot of times you'll have a team that's on top ahead by like 30 points, right? And so people stop caring as much, and they stop caring as much because they know that it's over and they don't really need to worry about team catching up to them. Here it's neck and neck. So for those teams underneath, it's a bit worrying, because you aren't going to get those freebies. You aren't going to get those freebies in terms of the chicken dinners, purely because obviously those two teams at the top are just going to be gunning for it the entire time. And it is always a thing that happens in the knockout stages, where teams start to give up a little bit, start to play a little bit slower. But here, that's not going to be the case. So if you're one of the teams below, you really do need to have a strong performance. But I can't see the playing path. It's still on me, though, for some reason. We should go game. Surely. Surely we go game now, guys. Production, please. Game. It's on the screen. It's on the screen right now. We're missing the playing path. Well, I can describe it to you. I'll describe it to you. No, I don't have to. We're from Platona up towards Campo Militar, which is very east for a playing path. And then it's very west as well. Goodness me. Or if I starting off pretty early on western side of Los Leones, end up towards Monte Nuevo. Regnum, Carya in a similar location. This time Pagada, though, around where also East are beginning. Fine there. Long march was the finish. Asgard Esports Parito, though, I think that after that win they were able to get on Miramar last time, it's happy days, right? It's pretty easy. ULF already losing a player, though. That's very bad. Shockwave's taking the fight with Fenerbahçe. Why? There's a lot of engagements happening early here. Fenerbahçe losing one, but Shockwave will pocket one elimination, and it is a very valuable elimination indeed. Carya unwilling to let Shockwave get away with this. A couple of tags back on the scooter. Get her moving for Carya. But yeah, Shockwave, it's a nice first elim. It was spotted out by Carya. I don't know how long they're going to chase them for. Again, we come back to the circle from earlier. Very western. So teams need to really move west very, very quickly. So taking these fights early right now, not ideal. And again, Shockwave are completely in the vicinity of Carya where they want to move through Hacienda del Patron. So it makes sense to take shots, but these are ambitious shots. Very, very ambitious shots. Meantime, XSlay has moved up straight up towards El Pozo. They're going to get there nice and early before anyone else. XSlay's got some kind of lucky beads on hand. Showing them exactly where to go, leading them in the right direction. And they'll thank those lucky beads, those lucky stars right now. Takes them up over towards 13th, which is very reminiscent of what we saw from Boars yesterday, moving up from 19th into 13th and then dropping back down and then moving back up again. A little bit of it topsy-turvy for that squad. Beşiktaş on side, moving over towards La Cobreria. Looking to get some high ground early. Obviously, these guys love to be up on the highest heights. A couple of Falcons, these guys, but not the green kind. Regnum Carya, though, today, slightly better. Slightly better. Not to say they haven't been doing too badly. And it's always a weird one talking about teams like that, like S2G, Regnum Carya, because you look at them on the leaderboards, right? S2G, kind of middling the pack. Regnum Carya, currently in 7th place. I talked about how I thought Falcons weren't doing phenomenally well. They're currently in 5th. These teams have tenure. They have weight to their names, and they are good. And they will kind of leisurely make their way in. But in terms of getting a PMSL qualification spot, right, to the gauntlet or through points, is it enough right now? I don't know. But it's so weird watching these teams play, especially in a knockout stage where you've played league stage, you come into knockouts, you want to slow things down maybe, you reserve all your energy and all your passion coming through into those finals. It's strange. Definitely strange. I think we have so many good players, so many good names, that it is really hard to break it down. I'm also curious whether you guys think that this is a tough lobby. Because I think we've had PMSL EUs in the past where these lobbies have looked maybe a little bit easier for some squads, a little harder for others. There's been plenty more feeder teams, but I do think we have some really big names from EU all around inside of this lobby right now. Either way, we'll jump back into the map as teams are continuing to make their way across. This is Fenerbahçe. They're on the northeast side currently. Passing close to IWNRX. Currently some shots taken over towards Falcons. This is right on the southern side, by the way, as well. Versus Asgard, who started in Partona. It's somewhat understandable for Asgard. 57 points. Not ridiculously ahead, but certainly wanting to stay in a position where they don't go out too early. Jetgo on the western road, heading up. It's getting real clumped up over towards El Pozo right now as well. And it's been an instantaneous rotate over that side. Falcons making the slow approach through Chumacera. This is an interesting team to talk about, actually, is IWNRX, because Kakali, Swain, Frozen, Kine, all really good players. And I think the one player that I am most surprised about at the moment, definitely Kine. I felt like he was Zed Wolf's right-hand man a lot of the times. And we're just not seeing a huge performance from these guys anymore. And is it due to the departure of Zed Wolf? Is that the crying shame of it all? It saddened them as a team, dampened their efforts coming into PMSL EU? Who knows? But they're definitely not performing up to caliber. And I think Kine is definitely what I'm most disappointed in. Because I always pegged him as such a good player, honestly, back in the past. He had some real MVP capability. Let me just take a quick sip after all this yapping. Now, BR8, 120 points to 119 from Papara SuperMassive. This has been a battle for the ages. You know, two teams 40 points ahead of one another. Of any other squad. Damn, this is a horrible circle. A really, really horrible circle. Again, similar to what we saw from yesterday, the one the Falcons are able to win, but this one's even worse. It's so indefinite of where it wants to go. And this, again, is just a gamble. It's 100% a gamble. You don't really have much choice in the matter. You could play concretes, or you could head further down towards the south side, maybe pick up some of the ragtag buildings on that area. I think teams, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they just tried to rush the western compounds that sat just off to the side of the mountain. But this is about as hard as it can go over towards that western side. You know, we talk about water, but this is unplayable zone. It can maintain and stay inside the zone. That's the hard part about it. I think that's what's going to make it very, very rough. Is this just going to remain this way for a very, very long time? And it's going to keep shifting over towards this western side. It's going to be tough. XSlay getting taken down by Jetgo at the moment. As Fenerbahçe sail off into the distance. Asgard finally making their approach from that south side. Falcons were able to stay ahead of them. They had to slow down. Anorthosis. Good shot over towards 4FS. Made it look very clean. Such a strange team is Anorthosis overall. They've had just these, I mean, quite apt, like they've had spikes of performance. But here is the Falcons getting a little bit of revenge for Rondo. Getting trapped inside the pagoda, not able to leave because of Regnum Carya, but now the nades are being laid down upon them, bombarding that position. 4FS though takes down Narvalo. And Regnum Carya is taking a beating, but no players are down and out just yet. It is just looking tumultuous in that area of the map. Players getting up, getting back down again. You're never going to keep them down. Hard man. Looking to hold in the concretes, the place he calls his home. Some might say the concrete was the birthplace of the hard man. But those grenades stick through anything. And that S12K makes him look soft. Pole on the outside. This is not looking good right now for Asgard Esports. This is a team in desperate danger as well. Towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Losing 2 players, likely to lose even more going forward. Gotta pray for this team. And they've long. Let's go down the corridor, but doesn't connect. I mean, the circle closed as well. And even so, it looks still on that unplayable area. This is feeling like it might be a historically fast Miramar for us. Pretty rough for a lot of our squads. Oscar Esports down to now 1. You can see them currently in 16th place. What a sad time for them. Papara SuperMassive playing Longhouses. This is on that eastern side. Trying to play the odds here are Papara SuperMassive in terms of just protected areas of the map, but just for how long is he going to keep you safe? And again, I think Papara SuperMassive does this for a very specific reason, is that it does give them some safety. They don't really have to push too hard in this game, unlike some others who need to take that gamble and play along that mountain face on the western side, which is disgusting, by the way. We saw earlier the fight between Regnum, Carya, and Falcons. There's literally no cover there. You are playing belly down, crawling around like a snake in that region. But a Cobra Strike from Marceau will quickly take down Oscar Esports, and that is them out in 16th. In danger, especially because ULF there in 17th, behind them at 46 points, still in the game with 4 players alive. This is their chance. This is their moment. But the moments aren't looking too friendly, especially with this circle right now. Beşiktaş over towards their northwest side currently as the team attempts to come on in. Eren playing behind Solus on some high ground, playing over the ridge on that eastern side. Asgard starting out over towards Anorthosis. Only 2 players for Asgard though, but I think they've done enough today. 57 points. That feels likely that it's going to be grand finals. And I think we have Sandstorm back in business.
Hello? Apologies. Yeah, apologies. Oh my god. Didn't we have one of those Miramars already? And by the way, I just joined in time to see Shockwave be eliminated, and that means that they are not qualifying. I'm pretty sure you already covered that, but yeah, that's the last thing first thing I saw rather when I came back. Apologies for that disconnect, but baby, we are back. We got 13 teams, we got 41 players. It's been 15 minutes. And I'm curious as to who else is going to be putting themselves in a decent position for this game. Shockwave guaranteed out for the count. 4FS with the 2 players left. I don't know, but ULF needs to get something done. And with Oscar also being eliminated in 16th with 0, it's bad for them. Good for the teams that are in the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Shockwave going out is tremendously bad. And I mean, we didn't actually cover it. Well, I didn't cover it that much. Oscar went ahead because it was just a case of Shockwave's run done. All right, their run is done. It didn't look great from the start. And they tried to get some points in. The interesting thing for me right now is ULF. How they're going to play out this game, because so consistently keeps moving away from them right now, Sandstorm on that northeast side. No longer really those compounds to work with. They have the ridge side, but I think they're going to have to start sweeping down towards the road, honestly. But as I was saying earlier, we were talking about this mountainside. This is disgusting. This is very different to the one that we saw earlier, because this particular mountainside is not one, it doesn't act like water where the circle is going to shift away from it. It's going to remain in play for a long, long time.
Good lord. And I mean, we already talked about how difficult this PMSL has been. I would like to just ask a simple question to the scriptwriter. Why are you doing this to our lovely players? Why are you torturing them? Why is Quantum just running it down? He didn't know Lewis was there, and Lewis says thank you for the free elimination. Asgard have been eliminated, but they are in 10th with 57. They already did what they needed to do, but ULF, though, cannot go down here. They already lost one of their players. If Kissu can take down Eren, which he does, along with the zone, that's going to be a very hard hit on ULF, who are going to sit in 17th now. They do have a duo. They are capable of getting something done together in this game. Any point will make a difference. Literally, any point will make a difference at this stage. So they really need to apply some more pressure as a duo. At this point, you have to risk it when it comes to that last game. Right now, Regnum Carya stepping up to Papara SuperMassive, or rather Papara stepping up to them. They do have Silas on the high ground. That is a very big threat to deal with, so they have to be careful. XSlay continuing to perform. One more point in elims, and they are still alive and well, and in a decent position from what I can tell for now.
I mean, ULF's down to just 2 players. That's tough. That's very, very tough. They need 3 more points to overtake Asgard Esports. Let's see if they can get it done.
Yeah, I agree. Looking forward to seeing if they can. And Anorthosis Famagusta, we've seen them fight maybe 2, 3, 4 times already with the Falcons. They fought for a pagoda alongside Carya last time, and Falcons looks like they might be getting their revenge. It's only Redox and Koa. It's only a duo. They need to annihilate Anorthosis here before moving on into the next zone, because otherwise they will be stabbed in the back.
Default. Starting to fall here. He had a really good run today, though. If we're only proud of him. Silas, though, with this high ground is just absolutely a menace. Circle closes back in again, and Silas just has free ground to work with over towards that side. XSlay looking over towards, and that's ULF down and out in 17th.
It's also 4FS who only have 2 players, but they're able to take down Storm. A point that will definitely make a difference for them if they manage to qualify. BRA managed to secure 4 eliminations, and they go down. This is an opportunity for Papara SuperMassive to make it back to that #1 spot. The spot that they have held on to from the beginning of the competition. They started off with the chicken dinner, and then they just never let up, consistently putting up 12 points across the first 2 days. Now getting over 124. This already puts them at plus 10 or 10 plus average per game that they have played. So they have been sensational, and so is Papara SuperMassive. We'll wait to see what they do with the end of this game. But now 4FS, Me Model, and 20 trying to get into the zone here, but a couple of teams on the high ground may put a stop to that. Falcons not able to. With Redox, and he realizes there may be someone right above me, so I should probably be a little bit careful.
Yeah, I mean, the Falcons have been doing a good job, honestly, in my opinion, to be able to hold on to this position. It's not easy. And I think that they somewhat had to disengage with Regnum Carya. Both teams realizing it's more beneficial right now for them both to stay at a high player count. Out the game that way. High player count for Falcons being 2, not great, but yeah.
Yeah, it's, they haven't had a lot of high elim matches this time around. But look, again, it really matters in the final. I will judge the teams then. Right now, IWNRX, 15th place, 51 points. I mean, safe-ish is what I want to say. Safe-ish. Because if they can go next game without a performance, then it's gonna be chalked for them. Meanwhile, Jetgo step up, Kirkali goes down, and IWNRX lose yet another member. That's going to leave Wayne and Kine to do something together. Unfortunately, it's gonna be all up to Kine now in this game. Okay, Symphony just sending 7 eliminations to Jetgo now, and they climb. They jump from 14th to 10th with that one, 57 points. Along with Fenerbahçe and Asgard. XSlay in 13th. But it's 4FS who need the points here. And now they're getting into placement point territory, which is better than nothing. Silas? No possible way for him to have an angle.
Yeah, I think for Jetgo, all things considered, is a team that, despite obviously not being the most potent in the entire lobby, despite all that, they have continued to give it their all. They've grasped opportunities in their hands, and it's really fantastic to see that, because I think that's what has really hurt a lot of our teams towards the bottom of the tables, that they have bowed out way too early, given in way too early. But Jetgo really have had this mountainous pressure behind them the entire time, forcing them forward. It's been great to see. And I could be prouder of them.
Yeah, I really like it. This is the third time we've seen them with a 9+ elimination game. They don't end up with the chicken dinners, but they end up with a ridiculous amount of points. Loxy ending up with barely any HP, though, in this 2v2. It's Falcons versus Regnum. Falcons were able to kick off the fight with a knock and finish onto Z-Wolf. Perfectly placed nade from Redox now to give an advantage over to Falcons one more time. 2v1 now between the two squads. As we switch over to Jetgo, who are relentless at the moment. 11 eliminations, they're not stopping. XSlay goes out. Silas, last member alive, and he's high up and cannot help out the rest of his squad. Redox will get in there. Wait, first grenade elimination 23 minutes in. Well, that's Miramar for you, folks. That's Miramar for you in a nutshell. And now, Papara SuperMassive. In comes a nade, and out goes Tron B, and down he goes as well. Ceylon pushing up, and another nade comes in from the Jetgo lineup. They want to tear the squad apart. Okay, cars moving. Coverage being taken away. Lost. Swings, and he takes one down. Not able to get the elimination, but Merciless will be able to secure it. And he finishes the fight. Silas was the one that actually stole that away. But Papara looks like they should be gone. And it is Regnum, Jetgo, and Falcons. Falcons in this area of the map just seem to be incredible. Placement point-wise, eliminations, but hey.
I mean, it's a massive fumble from Regnum Carya. I mean, losing that fight versus the Falcons, 4v2. It should never have happened in the first place, yet it did. And I think that I am woefully in disbelief of what Regnum Carya had to pull out. 14 elims right now for Jetgo is an incredible result, and this absolutely secures their position in the grand finals. A really good last hurrah from them.
Fantastic for Jetgo. If they're able to get the chicken dinner this time around, and look at that, Freedom joins Symphony. They are looking to take out Silas on the high ground, and then you will have a 3v2. And Jetgo, they have a lot of room to work with. North side, they know it's fully empty. They know that last player from Regnum Carrier should be around this area, and Silas sees everything. And the zone goes one more time to Jetgo and Regnum. Falcons have to move.
Silas, 2v1 here between Symphony and Freedom. Merciless sweeping on the outside. This should be a Jetgo win if they play their cards right. I mean, this really is just a case of finishing things strong. But Falcons could have something to say about this with 2 players still in hand. Symphony moving around the side. Silas is still there, has the third party advantage. Goes for the peak. We'll find one. The UMP, does he know there's another player here? Because typically you don't leave 2. Freedom gives away his position. Good tag.
Symphony? Just falls off gracefully. Hoping for an opportunity at a revive, but Falcons might just see a random crawling player from Jetgo and pick it up themselves. If they get close enough, it doesn't seem like they will. And Freedom, I want to say Jetgo had the advantage, but not anymore. Them not playing together hurt them for sure.
Merciless underneath, completely exposed. As soon as he's here, I was going to say, you just take the wild shots through the smokes here. Great shots from Silas. Still has a lot of bullets left to work with, and Merciless will go down outside the play zone, leaving now just 2 players, and 1 player is down, remember.
That we remember. Falcons in Redox and Koa. They saw themselves drop a couple of times in the leaderboard to the likes of Asgard and Carya and a few other teams. But now with this chicken dinner, could be an opportunity for them to climb back up a little bit, increase their prize pool from the league and from the knockout stage. Silas, this man has not stopped.
I think he actually has advantage here. The only difficulty is that these boys have stims ready and available, But I think Silas has the advantage, as does Freedom from Jetgo, just because they are more central than Falcons. Silas as well as Freedom are not going to be interacting with either of these players in the future. It's going to come down to the blue zone. I think Silas does go down before anyone else, and Freedom's just going to buy his time because he is also close to the center here. 2 nades in the hands of Silas. That's going to be the big thing.
Yeah, Zone 8 closes in now. And then we'll have the final zone that slowly forces the players into the fight. Redox just checking, making sure he isn't seeing things on the map. You're not, buddy. Don't worry. They're on the other side. There's no one there. Trust me.
I think maybe...
Okay, don't trust me that much. Okay.
I think maybe Falcons win just off the back of meds alone. They could try Rap to the north here to get on high. It's gonna be a bit of an interesting ending, because the way Silas wins is he drops a nade down over towards Falcons. They take chip damage, then he immediately has to start hitting the first aid kit once the blue hits him. I think that's the only way he can finish out this game strong. But also he's got to deal with Freedom, which means maybe he needs to expend a nade that way. There's a lot happening here.
Yeah, except on Freedom's side, nothing's happening. He's just chilling. Meanwhile, come on, Silas, show us your dance moves. Come on. You were just doing it. Come on, one more time.
Yeah, we're in a real stalemate now. Come on, lock in, Sandstorm.
Yeah. Okay,
Forget the dancing.
Okay, my bad. Let's see. I mean, I would like for one more Falcons player to be eliminated so we can have a Mexican standoff.
Yes.
Because right now it isn't. Yeah, right now it isn't. I mean, it is team-wise, but I want it to be like player-wise too. I want it to be perfect. No one escapes unharmed. Also, you're telling me to lock in when he's the one that's actually playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars? He needs to lock in. He's dancing.
I know.
Silas, you mentioned the usage of nades. I believe, was he the one that threw one, or was it Redox and Falcons?
It was Redox, yeah. Okay. Dropping a smoke here is weird from Silas. I guess he knows that Freedom knows that he is going to have to cross here at some point. He needs to put the smoke up to force Freedom out of his position.
Oh!
No way. What a nade.
That's crazy.
They have a med kit as well, by the way.
That they do, but I don't think they're going to heal up quicker than Freedom. I think Freedom's going to have a lot more time. This is Freedom's win. This is Jetgo's chicken dinner. They got all the eliminations they possibly could. Freedom gives a little kiss to the camera. A little wave goodbye to all the teams.
GG.
And he celebrates alongside the rest of the Jetgo roster as they guarantee themselves an appearance and participation in PMSL EU Grand Finals. Yes, I am back. And you know what? I found out what the problem was. It was taking away my green screen. And they've decided to risk it all one more time for that last game. Because one more Rondo stands between us. But we already have one team eliminated. Now it's time to pick 3 more. Well, we don't get to pick them. They do that. They pick themselves. They make the choice. They make their own bed. Now they have to sleep in it at the end of the night.
I think it's pretty incredible grenade coming through from Falcons towards Silas, because he had a whole game plan ahead of him. And it's almost sad because that smoke was necessary to get Freedom to peak. But it was also the smoke that revealed the location of the boys and the Falcons. So really tough stuff.
I didn't think they were going to be able to reach it that high. Because like he tried a couple of times and it just like almost got up there and then it went back down. Almost got up there and then it went back down.
I have a feeling that they got the UAS in position so he could vault on the UAS to get a height. That's the only thing I can think of.
The fact that it was like right, like it just crossed the ledge, like just a nice little peekaboo and then gone.
Yeah, it was a perfectly placed grenade. Really, really well played from the boys and Falcons. They did give Jetgo the win. So not only do they get a really big high elim game, they also get a chicken dinner on top. So it's 24 points for Jetgo. And that is them stamping their ticket through to the final. So really, really well done.
Yeah, meanwhile, the other teams like 4FS, Boars, ULF, and Shockwave, because ULF also, they managed to get a couple of points, I believe, in that last game, but nothing to get them out of the danger zone. So 5 teams, I believe. Well, technically, no, it's 4. It's Oscar, ULF, Boars, and 4FS. 3 out of these 4 teams will not make it into the next stage of the competition. I want to say there's potential for IWNRX to also not make it, because also they didn't get much done in that last game. Yeah, perfect. I want to have a look at that nade. Okay, no, never mind. This is just the final moment where Koa was trying to heal. And there's no way you're going to heal enough. Yeah, he didn't even get to finish that. I think the only way that you would have been able to survive is if you damage yourself a little bit, and then if you had a first aid kit to fully heal you. That would have been, that would have changed it. But look at that. 5 assists, 5 eliminations, 7-12 for MVP Merciless.
Very nicely done. I think for the boys over on Jetgo, they'll be very pleased with how that game went. Really, really big win for them. And happy that that's the case. Because I think for Jetgo, they have really given it their all the entire time. Over the last few days. It hasn't always been the best. They haven't always had the greatest of maneuvers, but they have stuck it through to the end.
That they have, and at the end we get to the match statistics from their previous one. Koa with those 2 nades, and one of them was exceptionally important onto Silas from Regnum Carya. Freedom with the most eliminations. Lewis, 845 damage from the side of Carya Esports. Kain traveled all around Miramar. Meanwhile, 20 from 4FS, 387 meter elimination. It's not the highest. We had a 427. I would love to know how. I would love to see how. But we have is 427.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. We'll have to check back on that. I think it was maybe an API mistake, honestly. It's the only thing I can think of. But we are back on top with Jetgo. 700 damage, 300, 600, 369. Really, really good stuff. Everyone putting in the work that game. Absolutely everyone. Which is nice to see. We have one final game to finish things off today over on Rondo. I can't wait to see the overall standings and see where they line up. Which team's in danger. Which team needs to put in a bit more work. Which teams are already out, in fact, Sandstorm.
Mm-hmm. Well, we know for sure one team is out, and that is Shockwave. They have played all their games. And when it comes to the other teams that will not be participating, at least, the ones who can't, Carya is done, Shockwave is done, so is Asgard, and so is Papara SuperMassive. So that means it opens up an opportunity for BRA to take that lead without having an opponent in Papara to defend that title and defend that lead. Shockwave, no point of getting themselves back. Carya and Asgard, I think they're in good enough positions that they should have enough to be qualified to the next stage. It's just IWNRX. I'm looking at ULF. XSlay is fine. Oscar is slightly in danger. So now we start to ask the question, when it comes to Rondo being the final map, what strategies can come into play that wouldn't be possible if it's, for example, a Miramar or an Erangel at the end of the day?
I mean, it's the exact same thing we've been seeing the entire time with Rondo, is just like sending it and having one player just constantly rezzing time and time again and then going for more. And I think that you do have to make that decision fairly early on, where it's a case of we just need to go for elims. Sadly, though, that's a difficult scenario for a lot of our teams, where you have this case of squads who are just incapable of taking these team fights. It doesn't matter how many times they throw themselves to the wall, they're never going to reach the ledge.
Yeah, that they were never going to reach. But Jetgo reached the top, I want to say, of the mountain and of the leaderboard in that last game. 24 points, like you mentioned. 13 go to Falcons, 7 elims to them. Regnum Carya with the 9. They should have had more. Papara SuperMassive, 4 points, 4 eliminations. 8 in total. Carya and Anorthosis Famagusta tied in 6 elims. Both, I like it. But 4FS, they needed more. So did XSlay. And definitely so did Shockwave.
Yeah, Shockwave now in a bad position where we'll have to say goodbye to them, which is unfortunate. I think Shockwave has been a pretty household name here in PMSL EU. Not seeing the finals is a little bit sad, to say the least, but they really did not turn up the heat enough. Here we go. Papara SuperMassive managed to stay back on top, first place, but they have played all of their matches, leaving one final game here on Rondo, which BRA, I'd say, is pretty good at. Can they get 3 eliminations, 4 eliminations here on Rondo? I think so. I think that's a given.
I mean,
So I
just
think for
4
BRA,
eliminations? That's it?
yeah.
In
that's
Rondo? Is it possible? I don't know.
I know, 4 eliminations is all they need here on Rondo. Pretty easy to do. Team Falcons managed to get up to 3rd place after that game, which is nice. But here is our last page. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams all playing their last match right now, who are in danger of leaving the group stages behind and the knockout stages behind and having to go home. ULF Esports in massive danger. 4FS, I don't really think they've been doing too much. And Boars, other than that one game, I think that it's game over for them. But Shockwave, you see, they're 20th place, 12 matches played, 40 points total.
Yeah, 100% done for them. I think the saddest thing is the fact that there's a team with a chicken dinner that's not making it. Because I always think, hey, well, like one chicken dinner and a consistent result in the rest of the games will do you well. Thing is, Boars got the chicken dinner. They just weren't consistent. I mean, actually, yeah, they were. Unfortunately, they were consistently bad. That's just the honest truth. Because they had 8 points in day 1, and I would say almost day 2. They had 8 going into that final game of day 2. And then they fixed everything up. But it was a little too late at this point. But look at this. Remember when we talked about default? He is 12 eliminations behind Lost, but just under 500 damage behind. That's crazy. Because remember, he got 1,500 in that one game alone. So a third of all these, all that damage rather specifically, and more, almost half the elims as well, because he got 9 in that one. All that secured in that one game. Default was crazy today.
Yeah, it was very nice. Very, very nice. I think for default, always been a really good player. Kind of went under the radar a lot of times for a lot of teams, and I'm glad Anorthosis actually put some stock in him because he is good, deserves to be on a team. But yeah, for default, what a day it's been for him. 4,500 damage and 12 elims behind. It's crazy though. Anorthosis has some insane efficiency on his elims during these knockout stages. I do think though, when we're looking at this final Rondo, should definitely be a fun one. We're still just waiting on 4 more players to join the lobby before we get into this. Probably teams are saying goodbye to Shockwave right now. They're ushering them out the door. I don't think so, but that would be.
It would be quite. But you know, this is the thing. This is the thing I like about esports, and I love about PUBG Mobile specifically. It's the second the players are out of the game, just back to being friends, back to chilling. Like they've been in this. I want to say in this ecosystem for the past couple of years. They've seen a lot of ups and downs together, whether they're on the same team or whether they're not. Like they go through similar journeys as professional players in esports.
Yeah, and again, I think everyone knows the pain of having to leave early, not getting towards the finals. It's tough. It's definitely tough stuff. But here we're just waiting for our final match. Really laying the suspense on you thick right now before we get into our final game to see who our bottom 4 is.
It's just getting thicker and thicker right now. I'm just stirring the pot.
Yeah. There we go. It's always Regnum Carya as well.
Wow, man's outing them.
I mean, of course, they're delaying the game. I've got to out them, man.
Yeah, well, important. Okay, you can't just say the team name. You have to say the player as well. Like, okay, actually, who was the last one?
It's always Silas.
Yeah, it's Silas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Z-Wolf was first in.
He was last time as well. I don't know if they've got like a set order or something, but Regnum Carya do consistently seem to be late. That's all I'm saying.
I will say no such things. All I'll say is we like Regnum Carya. Sen ise seviyorum.
Why are you
That's
afraid
all.
of him?
What? No,
Why are you afraid of him?
It's not I'm afraid of him. I like them. They're chill guys.
You're afraid
No,
of him?
no, I like it. It's like when
Why
I
are you
heard that
scared?
Tospic left, I was sad because like me and Tospic had a
Okay.
great time in Uzbekistan. We did a little arm wrestling and stuff like
Okay.
that. I won one, he won one. Like, and we didn't. There was no tiebreaker.
But you don't want to
it's
say that they're late though. You don't want to say they're
no,
late.
no.
Why?
I don't know.
They
I don't wanna- I
categorically
don't-
are.
Okay, okay. All right. You know, I mean, according to the schedule of the games, I think this game is supposed to start at 1:15. So, if anything, they're about a couple minutes early.
I don't know, man.
See,
Everyone
I
else
got
was
you
in the
there.
lobby. Everyone else was in the lobby. They were early. They're doing well.
You know why everyone else was in the lobby? Because you know they were one of the first teams to be eliminated. You know, they were RAG were there until the very last minute. You know, so maybe they were the last people to take that bathroom break before jumping back into the game. You know, it's just perks of being good. Well, cons, I guess, of being good. Are there cons to being good? I don't think so. Please get us in game.
You can be too good. Yeah.
I mean,
Hey, man,
they
I'm
made
just
up for it
saying
in that game.
I'm just saying, it sounds like you're really biased towards Regnum Carya.
Listen, I'm biased. The truth is, I'm biased to all the players. I just don't like saying bad things about them. I feel horrible.
I think you should get. I think you gotta be. You gotta give criticism as a commentator.
Okay.
Man.
I'll explain why.
Okay.
I want to say when it comes to the
Everyone's
MENA region,
the best. Everyone's great.
No.
Rainbows all across the sky.
I'll be honest. When it comes to the MENA region specifically, that is a lot more difficult. I'm more positive on that front because I feel like I feel like players maybe in this region are more acceptable. But you know what? Game's back, so let's get to it. Here we go. One final rondo, one final rundown, one final match. Knockout
So you're
stage.
like this,
day
but
3.
more in MENA?
Sorry.
You're like this, but more in MENA.
Maybe
Even more biased in MENA.
No, less. But I don't know. You know what? I'm starting. You know what? I'll start being mean to you instead of the players right now.
No.
Actually, I can't do that either because I kind of left you for like 15 minutes in game number 4.
You did. Yeah.
I apologize about that. I had to kick the rest of the people off the router, so now it's just me. No one else has internet in the house.
That's why you gotta have backup internet, man. It's important.
Yeah, listen, I have a backup laptop and a backup phone for internet, but I needed something stable because I didn't want to abandon you again. You know, couldn't leave you like that out in the cold and the rain on your own.
Gotta be done. All right, let's jump back into it. Wrong with XSlay. They're done. I think these guys have already made their way in, which is nice.
Yeah, XSlay did. They came into today at the very bottom of the leaderboard, but now they made it to halfway through. That's exactly what you need to do. That means you're in the money. And right now, we have a decent amount of teams that are also in the money. TheNoisyBoys starting to feel a little bit of the pressure coming in from the side of XSlay. Enzor, we'll get back to him in a minute as Mozaro is the one that first goes down. I think there was a couple of trades, but keep in mind there should be a TheNoisyBoys player. Whoa. Where'd he go?
He's
Oran?
gone, dude.
Oran was the last player to drop from the TheNoisyBoys. And he dropped literally last player out of the plane.
Yeah, it's the classic. It's the XSlay strat.
And you know what? You know what? It is the XSlay strat because XSlayation is going to exactly the same beacon that TNB Oran was planning on going to. This is crazy. And then we have a fight between Boars and ULF at the beginning of the game. Can we jump over to that fight because that fight is an exceptionally important one. Thank you very much, boys and girls. Here we go. Boars, SnowX, he's able to bring back his team. But they got 2 eliminations. But you know what the problem is? They gave those 2 eliminations to ULF, one of their competitors. And now Kvik is in a little bit of a pickle. He had to reload. Not the right time, but that's 12K is ready. But I want to say it's fine, but it's really not because you're giving the points to ULF still. And they're beginning to run away with it. Rough for
Coming
Boars.
back. 3 Elans for Scarface, though. Won't expect any less from the guy. Up to 50 points, and they secure themselves into the top 16 for now, at least. There's still Boars, Oscars, 4FS playing underneath them. 49, 44, and 42 points apiece. So it's not that long of a distance to go. These are all teams that have struggled in the past. So ULF just needs to continue on this trend. They need to get more elims, push further. There is also a possibility the IWNRX are the ones to fall. In the meantime, TMB with 55 points. Still having a tough time around that res beacon, all the way on the northeast side. And the circle did move all the way down towards the southwest.
Yeah, but for TNB, you have Lation. Actually, wait, hold on. Lation's on his own. At the beacon, the Oron might be going to. So there is a world where Oron just camps that, eliminates Oron, and then eliminates himself, and then gets respawned by the team in Rinjiang. Yep, and that does seem to be the case. Oron went for their recall, and Yakta waves bye-bye. NoisyBoys at 55. So if ULF and Asgard Esports get a total of 5 to 6 points, NoisyBoys are out. NoisyBoys are not safe.
Now they're right on the cusp.
This is not
kind
good.
of unideal. I mean, they tried to steal XSlay strat, so I feel like they somewhat deserve this. With XSlay being in the game too.
Yeah,
These
the
guys
fact that it
designed that strat.
Yeah, and XSlay did it to them as well. Oh.
That's right. That's what I'm getting at.
And meanwhile, we saw on the elimination feed as well, blank, that ULF lost another one of their members, I believe caught off by the rotation of Anorthosis Famagusta as they were leaving Jack Tin, I believe. Yeah, that they were. Scarface was the one to fall, the one with the most eliminations on the ULF roster. If Anorthosis can take care of them and eliminate them, that makes it easier for Oscar and 4FS and even Boars to come back. But Oscar are the ones in the easier situation, I want to say. They're currently smack dab in the middle of the zone and currently at full strength and 1 point behind ULF.
In IWNRX right now is not a bad spot for them. Fairly central. All 4 players alive. Decent. I'm still looking over towards BRA. They've already got themselves 1 point. They only need 4 this game. Not in too much danger right now. I think if you are here on Rondo anyway, it's likely you'll get 4 to 5 elims if you're a good team before you even dare to go down. Just because of the way the recall beacons work. It's very nice having this be your last game of the day.
Would you say it's more or less stressful having Rondo being the last match?
It's more stressful, I guess. Depends on what type of team you are. If you're a really good team, it's like very nice because you get multiple chances. If you have a mistake in the early game, you get to go again. You can be confident of it. If you're a worse team, like you're just getting battered time and time again, and you don't know if you're getting battered by teams that could potentially catch you up. Yeah, I think it's dependent.
Okay, I agree. It is situational. And right now, Ida are in a situation where they have to find themselves a beacon, and I believe Rita is going to be the one that finds that beacon. All the way north of Stadium, so still outside the zone. Falcons leaving Neox Factory and Bamboo and rotating in from the north. Boars are able to come back to full strength and rotate in as well from the northern side. They will be running into a couple of squads. And again, keep in mind, Boars, you need a win. Straight up, a win for Boars, a win for 4FS. Couple of points for Oscar, couple of points for ULF. Right now, ULF are fine, but they just need to make sure that they stay above that threshold. And 1 point is nowhere near safe enough.
We do have this big river that runs through past Rinjiang, eastern side of Long Ho. I think that it's going to cause slight problems when we get towards that end game around stage 3, stage 4. Very similar to the Rozhok River, where it is hard to make that decision. Luckily here, you do have a wrap that you can make around Yulin. It's not the worst thing in the world for them, but it does delay your rotation quite a bit. And teams are hovering around that area. If they're not already in, that's where they're playing. That's a nasty circle.
Oh my god.
All things considered. So all these teams that were playing down towards that south side, trying to determine whether they want to play west or east, they have to play north, in fact. And Yulin becomes a very big factor of this circle.
Yeah, that it does. And there's a couple of teams that are able to make early rotations to it, namely IW NRX, 4FS, and Boars. Regnum Carya are pretty close as well. Bruh see an EMP zone and really don't care. Does not affect them. They're currently... They're pending first. Soon. Almost. Hamsey. No! Hamsey, can't always be you the first to die. Can't always be you the first to be eliminated. This cannot be the case. Hamsey, you need to survive. He runs from one team to the embracing arms of another. And maybe another, because Regnum Carya will spot him out. But it's fine. It's all good. He makes it out alive.
I think I like Beşiktaş's position right now, playing on the northwest side, trying to wrap around. I think they're going to do what they did last game, which is kind of hold out a lot of these beacon areas of the map and try and control one portion. I think it's a smart move, and I think that because of these beacons, you can somewhat identify where teams will be rotating in from, which is nice to see. Yeah, slightly split right now, still waiting for some other players to regroup with them. But overall, I don't mind it. Test track is where Falcons are coming from. A lot of good loot in that area, so they should be fairly ready to go for this late game. As we just breached 10 minutes into the match. Only one team fully out right now, which is TMB. We had an unfortunate tumble early on in this match.
Mentioning Beşiktaş. There's only 3 of them on the northernmost point of the current circle. Boran is still northwest of Stadium, but he just got in a car and he is on his way. It's still the second zone. It's fine for him to have a late rotation. Just on the hunt and making sure that no one's bringing in any more players, no more recalls outside. And I want to say this game has been the... I mean, look at the eliminations, by the way. 5, I want to say 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 eliminations in 11 minutes. And one of them, I would say 4 of them stick due to TNB being out. So literally everyone else is back to full strength. So we have, what, 7 extra elims in total at the moment, which I think is the least amount we've had in Rondo so far. So you can tell already, and it's not because of the zone rotating in difficult places or forcing them to fight each other time and time again like we've seen once before in the competition. But no, it's just because it is the last game and everyone is on the edge of their seat with this one.
Back down to the south here. It's been all over the place, this circle. Regnum Carya currently playing around the central area in the fields. A little bit difficult to work with, but certainly an area that this team is used to playing in the past. It's just going to be a little bit hard to hold on to this region of the map. Ida is taking a fight currently with Beşiktaş. Falcons will pull the pin on the grenade, look to send it over the top, over towards Darkin, but he's already backing up. Here's that pin pulled out. It's almost on target. Does a good chunk of damage. Septimus has one more in the hands. Lovely.
Perfect. Perfectly placed. First one. Second one, not so much, but hey, look, as long as you got the job done. Septimus. Beşiktaş happy with that one. 9th place, 3 limbs so far, 73 points. Middle of the pack, just above S2G. But I want to see what BRA are going to be able to do here. They are a little bit outside the zone. They should be able to just walk it in. Falcons came in from the eastern side as well. They will be facing up against S2G. We might see that a little bit. Meanwhile, Fenerbahçe and ULF facing each other off in the midwest of the zone, I believe. Scarface once again will be the first one to fall And this could be bad for Ulf. Remember, 50 points. 1 point is what Oscar would need. Well, 2 technically, I believe, because Ulf do have a chicken dinner. And Oscar... I think Oscar... No, Oscar don't. Oscar do not.
It's been pretty savage for Ulf so far, and I think that they're just gonna cut their losses and run on this one. Makes more sense. They just need to get some consistent points here and there. Solus doesn't take any tanks from Ray Z. Does he exit? But there is some damage from the distance.
Ooh, that there is.
And they don't let him get away with it at all. Solus going down. That is a tough break for Ulf now.
Yep. It gets very difficult now. It's up to Aaron and Ketch. The thing is, they're not even playing together. Aaron demands some deployable cover. Looks around to make sure that he doesn't get entombed underneath that cover. I like the little area he's playing in at the moment. But some teams may send it. Well, some teams are focusing on his car at the moment. They don't want him to escape. They are in the middle of the zone around Regnum and XSlay. Meanwhile, Boars having a bit of a tough time getting into this next zone. Boars, not much has been seen this game. And it all comes down to this next rotation. Oh my lord. 4FS have to leave. IW, Boars, Anorthosis have to make a move. Beşiktaş from the north as well with Zeptimus. There's going to be Ida and BRA coming in. So many teams alive. Still, again, 15 minutes in, 15 squads, 56 players. That is an insane number to have, but a lot of them are going to go down within the next few moments. And look at that, Boars send it to the middle of the zone. How many will survive? How many will make it? Well, one goes down. Looks like they sent it on Anorthosis. Anorthosis not really happy with that one. Looks like it's going to get wrapped up right here, right now. Exo, Havlik going to town. We can jump into that one. Meanwhile, Ida, Ulf, everyone's going to fight. Everyone's getting taken out. Boars, that's it. It's done. One player left to go. Ida will be taken out. Anorthosis Famagusta take out Boars. They land in 19th. Not good enough to make it to PMSL EU Finals. Another team eliminated. 2 more will follow. Ulf might be one of them, but BRA right now, their focus is to get the eliminations and get that first place. We said this is Rondo. 4 eliminations is all you need, BRA. You don't need more than that. And at the moment, they only stand with 1. Kissu, a little bit too aggressive. He goes down to Rauf and Koa from Falcons. Narvalo might be able to find an angle onto Azel as well, but Azel's nade does the job! And he gets one in return! But it does not reciprocate the knock. Now is when all chaos ensues. All around, all corners of Rondo. That's in the zone. Because these teams, not all of them will make it to the next zone. Not all of them will make it to the next stage of the competition.
Falcons in a tough spot right now. Just getting laid out. Handed L's left, right, and center as they're trying to get across this road. Now Valo just completely stalled in the vehicle. Was not good.
Ooh. Nate does massive damage. Rauf, he's going to try to heal. Hazel going to eliminate Koa. Does not want to give the opportunity, but in that moment, Rauf uses it to go to the dropped cover. What can he do in this 1v1? Not much, because Ezel's not giving him an opportunity. And here comes a Molly. Another deployable cover. But what are you going to do against the Molly? Nothing. You're going to be set up, Blaze. Is it going to... No, it's not going to spread. Rome is going to heal. But Storm is there. Finishes it up. Falcons in 12th. Down to 11 squads we go. 36 players left. 3 teams at the bottom, and Ulf, Oscar, and 4FS all fighting. Ulf only have 2 with no opportunity for a revive. Where's Oscar?
Ulf. Come on, if you want to keep talking.
No, I was just asking, where's Oscar? Just looking
I
for him.
see. Yeah, Oscar down that southeast side at the moment. They're struggling. And I think that the issue is right now for Ulf is that they have open ground, right? Which means that they're going to be having a little bit more time to work with. Oscar Esports, on the other hand, they have to leave this building next circle, but it really depends how quickly Ulf's going to go down. That is rough for Oscar. Right on the precipice, right on the edge, but they're going to have to leave. Is there even going to be any teams that be able to look at them? That's the question, though. And I think that realistically, it's only Regnum, Carya, S2G who have those sidelines. But will they even prioritize Oscar in this situation? Ulf's just desperate to live. They split up for that reason. They're able to get one knock over towards Swain, but that's about it.
They really are desperate at this point. Especially with how close Oscar is. Currently breathing down their necks, and the zone and its position gives them an opportunity. 4FS as well, if I'm being honest. They have a chance. IWNRX, this is not a good time to go down. Frozen on all fours, waiting for a revive, waiting for someone to help them out. But they need to make it into the zone, and it's not going to be an easy job. Kine, Swain, they're all being taken out. IWNRX, last player standing, but looks like Fenerbahçe and Anorthosis Famagusta will also be jumping into the frame. White in each other's faces. Wagner with S12K, he was able to take down 2. Secures the element as well. It's 1v. God knows how many left are Fenerbahçe, and still 2 more. It's Crazy and Lux. There's an opportunity for a revive. Wagner, there's all kinds of bullets, all kinds of health. Breaking out right next to him. But it looks like a nade. Oh, explosion from the car takes him out. Nade will secure the double onto Anorthosis. And Fenerbahçe get the job done. Icy gets taken out. Nior from XSlay will continue the push. Ulf still alive. IWNRX still alive. 4FS still playing it safe in the north, but they can't take out Kirkali, and if they do, that would be huge.
The big thing here is that we missed it, but Ulf actually was able to get 4 elims off the back of that play on the northwest side, which is huge. 7 points total on the game, up to 54. Tied now with IWNRX, which puts them slightly apart from Oscar, who now needs to move out from this building. Sadly, no one's looking down towards them, and Oscar is just getting a free rollout from this position.
That they're slowly but surely cementing themselves on that side. Meanwhile, Fenerbahçe just hoping that they don't get hit. Hoping that they know. I mean, you can hope and pray all you want, but Lux just got shot right between the eyes. Meanwhile, 4FS, oh no. Oh, this push could be massive. 4FS, 2 of them go down. That's the 3rd. It's the lost last member surviving. You lose this fight. You are out for the count, and Oscar are claiming all those elims. They're getting all those points. It looks like 4FS, they are eliminated. Oscar get 2. Now they are 3 behind Ulf. They say what you can do, we can do as well. I don't know about doing it better, but it's 4 players for Oscar, 2 for Ulf, but it's still Ulf who have a good position in the center, and Oscar might get spotted out. Let's continue and see.
Really depends how long Oscar can play on this eastern side. Honestly, S2G is trying to live this out as long as possible for the time being. Regnum, Carya not getting too involved, and Oscar kind of has a lot of control over this eastern side. But no one looking towards Ulf right now. And it was a good 1-1 split they went for. They tried to double the odds that they had of living to an end game finish. Right now, we're starting to tally up on the placement points. For Oscar, they need more. They need 5 extra points on this one, including the placement. The circle moves away from them, and this fated moment, that circle might just be the one that steals their destiny.
It really could. But I'm seeing Regnum Carya, and still that last member from IWNRX, Kirkali, he knows he has to hold on for dear life right now. And if Regnum Carya can take him out, they would be doing Oscar a massive favor. Because then Oscar can just replace IWNRX, and they can continue on. The chance is there. But no one is going to be pushing. No one's going to be risking it at all at this point. Regnum, somehow they spot out Keystone actually. And yeah, Oscar, I don't think they're long for the world.
It's such a difficult push over fairly open ground. It's also so obvious. It's one of the final compounds that was left in the previous circle. A team had to be leaving from there. You can see how difficult this push is going to be to get out. And Ulf, off the back of some really, really good 2vx combat, might have secured their fate off the back of that. It's so well done. Proud of them in this final moment. Oscar, though, need to go further. And this rollout might be the one that saves them.
Really could be. They make like the Autobots and roll out, but let's see if they can make it to the position they want to. XSlay are getting absolutely slayed right now by Jetgo, who are hungry for eliminations from the start to the end of this competition. IW Anorex, they get taken out. Oscar, they are now down to one player left. It's just going to be placements for him. So we will know at the end of the game. ULF have secured it. They jump up above TNB. So Oscar, if they can get to 55, they can either take over TNB or IW Anorex. But it's one player who can do it. Meanwhile, Jetgo, the focus is XSlay. Yekta begging, pleading, hoping he can make it to Lation and get revived, but that's it! That's it, it's done! Oscar, 4FS, Shockwave, and Boars will not make it to the finals. IW Anorex and the TheNoisyBoys barely make it out with a difference of 3 points, but now the question remains, who will win the final game? Because looking also to the top of the leaderboard, BRA got enough to get themselves first place as well. The 60 players, well, 10 players now. We are down to the final 3 squads. It's Jetgo again. They're looking for a back-to-back. It's Regnum Carya again, looking to not make the same mistake they made last time. And this time with a full roster. I believe it's a full roster. No, it's actually the full for Jetgo. It's 3 for Regnum. And it's a duo for Fenerbahçe.
Regnum Carya have been really killing in this game. 10 elims total so far. Looking to make that more on the game. They shot right up over towards third. It was poetic as well for BRA. They finished this game 1 point ahead of Papara SuperMassive. They made it close, that's for sure. But that 1 point, that's a lot of money for one singular point. Circle moves down towards the south side. Jetgo looking to make this the back-to-back. Proving that they 100% have that right to be in the finals.
That they do. But what will they do in the finals is what I am excited to see. And right now what I'm seeing is that Jetgo decided to pull the trigger on this fight between them and Regnum Carya. Silas with the distraction. Wild with the big Ceylon with the cracked spray. Instantly puts Wild on the ground, and Jetgo now applying the pressure. Merciless looking to secure it. That he does. Beautifully placed nade onto Wolf, and now it's Silas. It's always Silas that's last. And Jetgo looks like the back-to-back is here. And it's just the duo of Lux and Razy from Fenerbahçe, the stand between them and this chicken dinner.
Razy, Lux. 2 players have been in the game for a long time. Now up against new blood into the scene. Jetgo with a push up. Merciless immediately gets tagged. Looks with a sick headshot from long distance. They have the cover. They don't have the ground though. Circle not on their side.
Circle not on their side indeed. And the second they abandon these covers and are forced to make a move, I think that's when that's going to be a wrap. But the decision to not go for the revive, they want to stick to this 2v2. They know they're going to win this. They know they're going to have the advantage. Just don't overstep. Take your time.
Merciless bleeding out though. Don't go for the pickup. He was a little bit too far out. Next circle will be popping soon. Not too much to work with. The incline slope up towards Jetgo is in favor of them. Fenerbahçe will have to leave this makeshift fortress soon. Step out into the open world. Jetgo will be waiting for them on the front lines there. Circle's not too far ahead, but it's so vicious towards Fenerbahçe. It's just far enough ahead that it makes life difficult. Nades are sent out, creating a little bit of cover for themselves. Smart use.
Really, really smart use. Imagine going out with a pickaxe and trying to do that now. Yeah, good luck, buddy. Yo, cover me. For how long? I need to dig a hole. All right, you're going to need like 5 minutes, brother. It's not going to happen.
Getting the smokes down, though.
Yep. we recommend explosives. That'll give you the cover that you need in the game.
This is a heavy investment in grenades, but the boys must have had quite a lot on side. There's 3 over on Ray Z. There's 5 on Lux. They've got more than enough to make this happen. The only issue is because this high ground's still in play for Jetgo is they have to invest smokes here. They also had to create multiple holes in the ground so the Jetgo just couldn't immediately spray into one position.
It's from
This
Jetgo.
is incredible. You've heard of the smoke train. Have you heard of the hole train?
No. Definitely haven't heard of that. But it looks like it didn't really have that massive impact because Symphony was able to get the first knock onto the player from Fenerbahçe. And now there's a decent bit of damage as well. I think it might be from the zone. No, Lux just decided to run it in the middle of the zone. And that's it. Jetgo cement it. They get themselves the back-to-back. And they get themselves 2 chicken dinners at the end of the final day. But what a wrap on this journey. And congratulations to our winners at the end of the day with the back-to-back in Jetgo. Congratulations to our 16 teams who have qualified. And you know what's crazy? Can you guess how many of these 16 teams are Turkish?
Quite a few, I imagine.
13 teams.
Quite a lot of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a popular region, popular sub-region. It's good though. I mean, I'm glad they're keeping the scene alive. Overall, though, I think that it has just been super interesting watching as this has unfolded. Rondo has been a cool way to finish things out. Jetgo also, what a way to finish out their day. Really setting things up. I was glad ULF was able to make it into the top 16. I would have been sad to see these players not make it through to the finals. They're all really, really good in their own right. I just don't know what went wrong for them here in the knockouts.
Well, it's the players that adapt to the situation in the best way possible are the ones that move forward.
Well, I think Sandstorm's gone again. But don't worry, guys. I'm still here. I'm still chilling. I got all the internet in the world. Got enough internet for the both of us. But yeah, it's been a great day. Been a really, really good day. I've enjoyed it to the maximum. I think overall the knockouts has been very, very fun. I think that there is multiple teams here that could have gone out. There was multiple teams that could have been in that bottom 4. I think as much as I praise ULF for getting in there, it wouldn't have been surprising to me to see them drop down into the bottom 4 because they just weren't playing up to scratch at all. I look at teams like Regnum Carya, who suddenly show their face in the final game, managed to jump up to 3rd place. But they have been steady. They have been steady on their island. Other teams that were notable, definitely Papara SuperMassive, which was fantastic to see them do so well. This last day, not as phenomenal, but maybe they are just holding on for the bigger moment over in those finals. I do think BRA, though, came out swinging. His Ceylon, 1,000 damage done, 7 elims on the match. Really good stuff. Remember, thank you to our sponsor, Infinix, the GT30 series. Always by our side is the Infinix through thick and thin over the multiple years we have been here in PUBG Mobile. So always nice to see. So check them out if you are in need of a new phone. I think as we come to the end of the day here, there is certainly this sort of a bittersweet moment where I think as much as BRA and Papara SuperMassive did well, it's just crazy to see that so many teams were struggling underneath them. I think there's a lot of teams that are around about 40, 50 points behind. I want to see a little bit more strength going into those finals. Right now, it's just worrying for me seeing players that haven't really been on the top of the leaderboards for a long time just dominate out in this region. Even Koa, he shows up not in terms of damage or most of lives, but total distance covered. Where's my boy when you need him? I feel like you've got Ralph and Redux doing a lot of the work. Now, Fallow's having a big return to form, but Koa was always this dude that was massively putting the team of Falcons on his back. But I need to see a step up from him in the next games when we get over towards those finals. But yeah, this is our match statistics for the last game. We didn't see that mythical 427 again on the longest score, but here is our team stats. 400, 300, 500, 1,000. Pretty damn good game overall, just breaching over 2,000. Very excited to go look at those overall standings and the match statistics, just because we want to see exactly how close things were as we got down to the thick of it and get our 16 teams over towards those finals, which will be happening fairly shortly. I believe it will be over the 24th, 25th, and the 26th of October. So you got a little time to wait. You know, a week to wait here as we get prepared for spooky season, spooky PUBG Mobile season. It's certainly going to be spooky for some of these teams not being able to make it over towards PMGC, but we'll be able to break down all the PMSL points, how that works towards gaining PMGC qualifications, which teams are going to be making it to PMGC through the gauntlet, which is the ideal circuit to make it through, I would say, right now, with the chance to make it straight through into the grand finals and skip out everything in between, which everyone loves to do. I love skipping parts of the tournament, making it straight to the grand finals, and getting to watch everyone else play. It does leave you a little bit less warm going into those finals, but that's what scrimming's for. At the end of the day, that is what scrimming's for. I'm also excited to see Vampire Esports make a return back to the stage. But I think PMSL EU is going to be bringing the fire this time. Absolutely will be bringing the fire overall, because they are stacked with players, stacked with teams. Regnum, Carya, S2G, BRA now looking phenomenal. Papara SuperMassive, ULF, which is a fantastic team of its own right, and fingers crossed for Aaron doing well. The only player I'll ever be biased against, actually putting some of the teams on his back quite a few times. But he is surrounded by some really, really fantastic players now as well. So I'm glad to see him put in a good position. But yeah, just waiting for those overall standings before we close out the show and say goodbye to you all. Say goodbye to 4 of our teams. But we will be back. Don't you worry. We will be back for more PUBG Mobile. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that PMSL EU is one of the final Super Leagues to finish, even with CSA getting rearranged a little bit in terms of the tournament dates. We are still one of the last to finish, which is, it's just fine. You know, we always lag behind just a little bit, but I'm telling you, we're going to be bringing some of the thunder over towards that PMGC. I don't know. Well, overall standings. Maybe throw them up. What are we doing? What's next? What's next? What's next on the list? I mean, I could sit here and talk. I could chill, but the day is over, technically. So maybe we could look at the overall standings. Perhaps. I'm going to ask for them. Guys, bear with me. I'm going to ask for the overall standings. We'll see what happens. And I look at the overall standings. If they're ready. See, you got to be polite. Because it's important to be polite. Because if you're not, you know, you're not going to get too far. You might get a little bit, but you're not going to get 100% far. You know, your please and thank yous, those go a long way. Just like Jetgo, where they're pleading for some chicken dinners on the final day, and they happened. But we're getting the match rankings up. It's not quite the overalls, but I'll take it either way. Regnum Carya getting 16 points total here with 11 elims, which is very, very good. Fenerbahçe also. It's just weird to me. I was thinking like a lot of the teams that I wanted to do well throughout the tournament suddenly having a big step up in Rondo. It's like they almost forgot that they had to play the game. But yeah, 16 total for Regnum Carya, 22 for Jetgo. I think Jetgo will have earned quite a bit of money actually off these last 2 games. There you have it. BRA 129, 2 points ahead actually. 2 expensive points for Papara SuperMassive, missing out some of that prize pool. But look at that, Jetgo Esports in 3rd place. Oh my days. Just 1 point ahead. Why is this 1 point? It's down to Anorthosis as well, 94. We got 90. No way. We got 96, 95, 94, and 93 for Team Falcons. This is nuts. And then finally, we have our drop off over towards Carya at 83, Ida at 80, Beşiktaş at 73 points, and then 72. Oh my God, baiting me with the 1 points once again. But I do believe things get a little bit more hectic towards our second page, which is where we will see the 4 teams that we know and sadly know will not be joining us over in those finals. But it's interesting. It's very interesting. Great to see a lot of our teams being able to make some big shakeups in the standing. We talked about how volatile it was, and there you have it. Asgard Esports 52 points, 4FS at 46, Boars Gaming at 43, and Shockwave at a very sad and minimal 40 points there. Despite that chicken dinner for Oscar, it was not enough. ULF made a magical moment happen there, getting plenty of eliminations to shoot them up towards 13th place. And IW Next Rüya in 16th. Now, that is not a team I expected to see there. And I think a lot of people in chat will definitely agree with me that that is not a team that should be in 16th place. You know, you really do feel like it shouldn't be a case that losing one player like Zedwolf has such an influence on the team. I know Kind's a good player. I know Swain has some insane off angles. I've watched Kakali for the majority of my career, and that guy is not down and out yet. So I don't know what happened in that team, but I do not want to see another 16 coming through from IW Next Rüya. The namesake on that team alone deserves a little bit higher in the leaderboards after that. But overall, it has been a ridiculously good knockout stage, made more fun by the fact that Papara SuperMassive as well as BRA did so damn well. Really, really good stuff. I think they ended like 130 points. Then we went down to, I think it was 90. So they evened the gap a little bit. And here is your knockout MVP, which makes sense. It's none other than Lost, who was found at the top of the knockout MVP rankings. 35 elims, almost 5k damage. Damn, you missed it. You missed it by 19. Just a little bit more. With a 4 hours and 19 minutes survival time. And 12 assists there. What doing a lot of assists? Mostly limbs going through there. Got the majority through for his team. But what a player Lost has been throughout this entire thing. I believe we still have second Lost. I think it's Lost 7 in the lobby for the final. So we'll still have that confusing characteristic happening there. But it's very easy to see which Lost is doing better. It's the one that's shooting everyone in the lobby. That's how you know it's Papara SuperMassive's Lost and not the other. But yeah, it's been great. It's been very, very fun. I'll be back for finals. It's sad we had to say goodbye to Sandstorm so early, but alas, this is what happens sometimes. But it'll be me and John back again. The J blank, the Jlank, the Jonk, you know, whatever you want to call it. We'll be back for the finals over on the, and I'll remind you, we'll be on the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th of October. So we shall catch you there. Let me know over on Instagram who your favorite teams are, who you think is going to do well, why you think IDB Interact didn't do so well, why you think Regnum Carya maybe did pull out all the bells and whistles until that final match. Because I'm curious, I'm very, very curious. Now, I'm sure some of you have some strong thoughts and feelings on the matter. Again, very, very big congratulations to BRA taking home that lion's share of the prize pool from the knockout stage, $4,000. Very well done to BRA Esports. I remember when BRA just used to be a super aggro team that you were scared to fight because they would just knock you and then just get eliminated in the process. But you never wanted to face them because they were a so aggressive team. To now seeing the boys here on top in first place. Such a big difference. I also remember when Papara SuperMassive was just a team that Max loved to say their name. Now you get to say their name, hopefully, at PMGC. But we'll have to wait and see what happens over in those finals here for PMSL EU. In the meantime, it has been very fun. Thank you so much for watching. A big thank you from Sandstorm, who might not be here right now. We wish he was. And a big thank you from me and production, who have been so lovely to put on this whole show. We shall see you on the 24th. Catch you soon.